Happy Friday. Excuse me, Captain Coder here on this beautiful Friday morning here in the beautiful desert. 5 a.m. here in Arizona, southwestern United States. Southwest. Not southeast. Southeast, that'd be Florida. Hot, maybe not hot, but muggy. I've been to Florida a couple times. Beautiful scenery, but it's like swimming through the air there. At least in Orlando. I've only really been to Orlando. Went and did Disney World, Universal Studios, several years ago. It's like a group. I want to call it a field trip, but I guess it was more of a group vacation. Disney is just okay. Was mostly disappointed. Loved the Star Wars. Loved Star Wars stuff there. But I'm one of those people that not a Disney has ruined is a strong word, but Disney has failed me in regards to Star Wars. I was really excited for Disney to acquire Star Wars. 'Cause I'm like, all right, finally, there's gonna be lots of Star Wars stuff, but there's too much Star Wars stuff now, and I think I'd go with quality over quantity. But there is some good quality stuff out there too. Anyway, I'm rambling. What are we working on today? So today we are continuing our work on Adventure Quest. Here. And we're gonna, all right, so what is Adventure Quest? If you're new to it, Adventure Quest is a not quite text-based RPG, but the idea is it's a classic point-and-click adventure, RPG game that could, so back in the day, you'd have essentially some text-based RPGs, and this is essentially a text-based RPG, but has some user interface is on it as well. So the idea is the whole game should be written in a way that you can model it as a text-based application, as well as a graphical application. So how do we manage the complexity by taking this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to understand how can we take a game, manage the complexity, break our data down so that we have models, model view controller, essentially model view controller style. And I'm building a prototype here, so this isn't gonna be a fully, I guess it'll be quote unquote fully functional, but it's not gonna be a fully developed, what I call it, a fully developed game. It's more of a framework for someone who wants to make an RPG, or to learn how you might go about, not how you would make an RPG, but how you might go about making an RPG. And I'm going to be using it in my class. My class starts next week. We'll probably get to this project in 2 or 3 weeks. I'm not going to dive in immediately. It's going to be set up and some basic overview, review of C#, that sort of stuff. But if you're just joining us, you can check out I would call this the alpha version of my project that I'm putting together. I'm taking everything I've done so far, and I am putting it into a project form, which sort of walks you through what are the good programming practices, how we can do this. I include, test cases, how to set stuff up. It's designed for people who don't necessarily have Unity experience, but have taken at least one programming class, preferably in C#. And you should understand variables, Boolean logics, if statement, loops, and methods to get started. But adventurequest.captaincoder.org. Please go there. Give me some feedback. On my project. I really want to know. Let's see. Is it just that homepage doesn't have a discussion? At the bottom of every page is a little discussion area where you could post some feedback, or you can join my Discord. There's a link to my Discord in the channel information, and if you're on YouTube, in the description. Join the Discord, join the discussion, let me know what you're thinking. All right. So with that out of the way, we're gonna jump in here in a moment. I gotta first do my sign on. What are my goals for today? All right, so let me make sure. Someone told me about streamer mode. I didn't know that was an option. All right, we got streamer mode enabled. We're gonna pull my Discord over here. We are gonna do a sign on. So the point of the sign on is to give us a goal, give us a focus. Because if you just sit down and start programming, sitting down and just starting to program can be fun, but you can sort of forget the scope of what am I trying to get done today? What am I trying to get done in this moment, in the time that I have? So it's sort of trying to focus us in on what we're gonna do. And it, you know, if you do it regularly, you can also say, okay, well, what did I do last time? What are things I got stuck on? And give yourself little reminders. So over on my Discord, I have my sign on, sign off, where I keep track of my daily goals. And I highly recommend you do the same. If you'd like to, you can even post them on my over at Captain Coder's Academy as well. But we are hopping in here to get ourselves a sign on here. So yesterday, we went off the deep end a little bit, putting together an equipment system. We put together what I consider a pretty, maybe not incredibly robust, but I'd say a relatively robust equipment management system, which was far more complex than I had originally thought I was going to do, but got lots of great suggestions from people. The version that I think I'm going to put in the project itself is going to be simplified, because this one has all sorts of wacky things. Let me increase that font size. When I'm off stream, my font size is a little smaller, but I want people to be able to read what's going on here. Yeah, so we built an inventory, not an inventory, I keep saying inventory, an equipment system. All right, so the equipment system has quite a bit of stuff going on with it. But the basic idea is you have an iEquipable. Chicka wow wow. Happy Friday, my friend. Things are going pretty well. Let me adjust the size of this while I have you here. I didn't realize how tiny this little chat box on the screen was. I'm gonna make that a little bit bigger. Hopefully. Oh, I'm dragging it around and making things happen. Make it a little bigger so people can read. Let's add a big chat in there real quick. Let's see what happens if I add in a longer chat. Let's paste in a big chunk of something. All right, well, I just wanted to make sure the whole thing showed up in my chat output there on the screen, so people watching later. But yeah, things are going really well. We're just hopping in. Bio, it's so nice to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. I hope things have been going well. You back in school, I'm assuming? That might be what's why I haven't seen you in a bit. Yeah, things are going well. We are back at it. We are back at it here, trying to get this prototype up and working. But yeah, yesterday we built I want to call it, again, incredibly robust, but a semi-robust equipment system that can handle the idea is to be able to handle lots of different things. So everything that you can equip has slots that it can go in. And then also a list of we came up with this idea of a requirement. So when you go to equip something, it can have a list of requirements for equipping it. One thing that I did realize is that this doesn't, yeah, you can see it. We haven't done a ton. You can go check out, post a link to it here. If you click this launch demo on this page, you can actually check out the little character creator that we do have as well. And then you can also check out like the dice roller. If you go to the part 1s and part 2, you'll see the sort of other portions of the project we've completed as well. That way I don't have to sit here and demo it exactly on the screen, but that way you can like play with it yourself too. Awesome. Trying to get myself to stop saying so much. I rewatch myself sometimes streaming and I feel silly when I go It's a little thing I have built in. All right, so today I've been wanting, if you go and you look back at my sign-on, sign-offs, I've been wanting to get this weapon shop / character status screen set up for such a time. Total 99. I don't know what that, when you say total oh, did you mean you got a roll of 99? That's high. That's high. That's way up there. That's like in the less than 1% chance to get a total of 99 there. Yeah, so if you look at the probability distribution, if we go to our dice notation, oh, I took out the histogram thing here. Anyway, if you look at a histogram of it, oh, no, this is right, 3D. So it's rolling, how many here? We have 7 stats, so it's 3 times 7, 21 D6. We analyze this here. Look at that, 90, anything over 88 is less than 1% to get that. So, oh, it's not quite that way. So it's actually because it's 1% to get that value, but this chunk here is like in the top 10%. So it's pretty hard. Oh, I have no experience with Krita. I'm sorry. Chicken Wow Wow, I'm sorry. Biotest has some awesome creativity skills. Most of my creativity skills are in like Inkscape. I don't want to call them creativity skills, but Inkscape and Biotest there with the save for us, because I have never used Krita. I've heard great things, but yeah, I don't use Krita. I'm not much of an artist, unfortunately. As much as I want to be an artist, I'm not much of an artist. I could show off some of my drawings. I've done some drawings and stuff like that. For my dad is like a brilliant artist. And my dad and sister are brilliant artists. But yeah, let's hop in here. I got to do a sign on. So my goal today, sign on. I really want to get this weapon shop. So really want to get a weapon shop and like sort of a character status screen going on, but I think that's going to be sort of combined with the weapon shop. So in the weapon shop, you'll have the option to buy stuff on the left, and then you'll have like your character status over on the right. So we're gonna see if we can get that working. So sign on 1, goals. Create weapon, create shop. Really, it's a create a shop interface for buying / selling. Will require player character to have gold, which isn't there yet. So we have a shop for buying and selling stuff. I'm gonna probably have like a shop builder for like putting together what items are in the shop, that sort of thing. So like a class for doing the shop building. But yeah, that's my main goal. Is I want to get a scene where you can move to and buy stuff. So it's sort of like a shop, create shop scene. And then I sort of need to specify like how when you switch scenes. All right, so that's a challenge. Create shop scene for buying / selling. I don't even know if we'll have selling. It might just be buying. Will require player character to have gold / inventory. All right. Oh, interesting. That sounds really interesting, Chicken Wow. I'd be really interesting on the disc. If you're on Discord, I'd love to see what you have when you're done. There's a little share art section. It'd be cool to see what you're working on. Yeah, so it's create a shop, saying for buying, selling. All right, so it's gonna be bigger. So this says like sub goals. Player character needs gold. How will the items be stored for the player? Inventory. So I think we might have to implement like an inventory where we can have like a list of stuff. How will likely we'll need a iShop interface. slash shop builder. So something to let us build sort of a shop and like establish together. How do we load the shop when the scene starts? All right, so we know how to transition to have the player in and out of the scene. So now it's sort of like, how do we get the shop to save and load? And I'm curious about, I'm not quite sure. It'd be nice to have a single shop scene and somehow that shop gets populated. So these are sort of our like sub goals here. So that's already a lot. So I'm probably gonna stop there. Bonus, add character, bonus, create weapon slash armor shop. So yeah, I'm gonna need some like weapon and armor shop from and add to town hub. Okay, that's our goal. That's our goal. So let's see how we can do. Let's see how we can do here. Yeah. Let us hop in. Whew. Okay. I need 60 seconds here. I need 60, maybe 36 seconds. I'll be back in literally 30 to 60 seconds. So sorry. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. I just had to, my nose was running, so I had to take care of that. I don't want anyone to have to deal with that on stream. Okay. Thank you for joining. I'm looking forward to seeing what you post there. Okay, let us have a looky-loo here. Yeah, I need to be able to do, I think there needs to be a shop. All right, so create shop, and then we're gonna add in a new file. Let's create a shop interface, because that's just good practice to start with the interface and you implement the interface. Namespace adventure quest dot shop. And then we're gonna do a public interface iShop. Okay, so we got an interface iShop. And our interface here. So what are the things that we need? Interface, it needs to like have a list. All right, so public list of items. I think that might be all we sort of need from the shop. So list of items, items. This will be a get here. No worries, Chicka Wow Wow. I wasn't sure if you were ready or not to share it, but I love seeing what people are doing. It's so cool. Been streaming and it's been really, really cool to see all the awesome stuff people have created. Do we need any methods in the shop? I think we need sort of like a buy method. Which will take in, so I'm not sure if that goes on, again, it's sort of like, does that go on the shop or the player, or both? So like trying to buy something from a shop. I think that's gonna be something that would be on like a player character. So it's an action a player character says, I wanna buy this item from this shop, and then the player character would sort of manage its own inventory in that way. Yeah, so I think that's how we're gonna do it. Is so the player character will have code that lets it. No, I think it needs to go in the shop. The shop's gonna manage that. but then the player character needs to sort of have methods that allow you to sort of equip and unequip and that sort of stuff. Yeah, so when you buy something from the shop, it's going to go to your inventory, and then in your inventory, you'll be able to equip and unequip stuff. Okay, so I think in iShop, all it really has is this, and then it's going to have a method, public bool, purchase, and it's going to take an item to purchase, and an iCharacter shopper. Okay, so then it will sort of know how to like, okay, I can do it. And you could potentially do something interesting with that, where it'd be like, well, this shop doesn't sell to people with that that information. So the shop would sort of, you could have like a subclass that's like evil shop or a good shop, and if your character's good, you can shop. If your character's evil, it's other. Or, you know, the shop could potentially change your prices based on what your character has. I like it. Chikawawa says, mainly, so I don't have to buy a webcam. I don't think I'm necessarily so ugly that a webcam is unviable, but I have to do so much work to get the lighting correct in front of my PC. Yeah, you know, for me, I always, I don't know. I'm not sure. Having my face on camera is kind of a little bit awkward, but having it small, shrunk down in the corner doesn't bother me so much. I'm looking at myself now. I have my stream here. Let's go into the void. Whoa, sorry. Okay. Looking at my stream, I always think my face is smaller than it actually is, and I blow it up and I see my face in, you know, when I watch it later, I'm like, oh yeah, that's pretty big. I've done no work to try and get the lighting nice. I will say though that since I've started streaming, I comb my hair more. Compilation issue somewhere, I think. We got to tell it we want to use it, so we have to do using adventure quest equipment. So item goes in the equipment, and then we have to also get our lists in here. Okay, so I have these items, and then iCharacter. Okay, so let's see if we can define a basic shop. All right, so we'll have a shop.cs, and so things, but this one's going to be a class shop, and it implements iShop. And we gotta have a real method here. The idea is it's gonna return true if the purchase was successful and false otherwise. Although maybe it should, rather than, I feel like I need like a result type class that sort of wraps a success failure and then also has like a message associated with it. Yeah, so it's funny when I have, you know, so I like it. People always point out when I go somewhere with a page that's bright, my whole screen, my whole face sort of lights up against the screen, which is funny to me. The lighting's not bad though. Yeah, my partner, she's really obsessed with having good lighting in rooms in the house in general. So I have this like really nice lamp over here to my left. Okay. So to construct a shop, public shop, we're going to say to construct a shop, you're just going to give it the items that you want. Items. And we'll make a copy of that. So then we can't store it there because we don't want to return that list. So private. Ooh, what's interesting is we need a way to sort of like duplicate an item. So it's like an item or have an item instance. That's interesting. Yeah, almost like we need, because these are items that are for sale, and the question is, when you buy the item, does it leave the shop, or does the shop just have that item in stock? And part of me is thinking, oh, well, we need a way that when you buy an item, you get an instance of the item. So part of me feels like we need a copy. We need sort of like a way to reproduce that item so that there's multiple instances of it. Because if you have two weapons, you want to be able to equip both of them, potentially, or two of the same item. When you sell one, it doesn't remove the whole thing from your inventory. Interesting. I hadn't thought about that. I hadn't thought about that. But anyway, let's look here. We're gonna have a private list item. Can't make this read only because I want to be able to serialize it using Unity. I'll call this items. And here we're gonna copy this. We're gonna have to put in import link. And then the get is just gonna say also makes another copy of it. All right, so we don't want this. We want the shop to be immutable. So there's an argument to say like, oh, well, this is quote unquote inefficient. We have this list of items. When we go to purchase an item, we're gonna have some failures. And I feel like I need a result class. So there's sort of like a utilities folder type thing going on here. I'm not sure. Let's create a utilities. Or messages. I'm not sure. Utilities. It's usually like not a good practice to have a folder called utilities, but I have a class that I want called result. So I sort of want this class here that has like a wrapper. So it's a namespace adventure quest dot results. And so in some languages it's called like an either or an option. And the idea, but not quite, it's more of an either because I want to return, it needs to be a true or false value. So whether it was success, and then also has a message inside. It's like a string that says, well, why did it fail? Or, why did it succeed? So we're going to do the following: public class result. And I'd like to do a record, but we don't have records in this version of C#. Let's look here. So there's two types. We have success, so we'll have sort of an this is interesting. Well, let's make this an interface. Oh, this is... Yeah, so if I'm putting this here, maybe this folder should be called results instead of utilities. We'll see. Result, iResult. Then we're gonna have two subclasses. One is gonna be success, one's gonna be failure. And then you can say things like if is success or if is failure. Then you can have some if statements based on that. All right, so public interface, and it's going to have public string message. This is the important piece here, is that you have an interface where the result also has a message associated with it, but you can determine public class success. All right. And it's not compiling. Hang on here. It's going to yell at me saying, hey, you need to have a public message. Public string message. So if I do that, it'll be happy. And we just say that public, and we're going to create a constructor for this. Public success string message. Lowercase m, and really this is just doing message equals message. Come on. Oh, can I? There we go. And so it's really simple. This is where like a record would be nice, because that's essentially what I'm doing here. Is I'm having a record class, and then a failure. So your result can be either success or failure, and potentially you could also have like an error. So success, failure, and error. But essentially these are identical. Except you have one that's a success, one that's a failure, and now we can do the following in our shop. Rather than returning a bool, we return a result, or an I result. And in this case, when we go to shop, we can you can do things like the following. Say, you know, I result success. Oh, this needs to return a I result now. Maybe I can have that imported by default. I know you can do that in the most recent version, but now I can do new success, success like this, and then the code that would call this. So let's just do a sample here: public static void example. So I can now do the following. I can now do the following where I can say var result, var is bad. We'll do I result, result is equal to purchase item. We'll just do null null for now. And in fact, I need a shop. shop equals new shop null. Don't do this. I'm just trying to get the compiler to show an example. Now I can say if result is failure, do handle failure. So now I know that it's a failure. So I can write code like this: if result is failure. So rather than having a bool that says true or false, I'm returning results. And so this will let me have a message. So I can say if there's a failure, send a message to the screen. And so I can send it to like the failure handler on the screen. So it'll show like an error message or have a pop-up box or something like that. But it'll tell us why we failed rather than just saying that we did fail. So I've written, just to recap, I've created, and I don't know that I like it being I result. That's just the C# way to do it. I kind of want it to be result. And I really wish it was a record, but you have to do, in this version of Unity, I can't do records. Or I can, but I have to like enable some flags. So I'm trying not to do anything too fancy. But essentially there's two subclasses that are essentially identical. A result has a message associated with it. And now because I've created these two instances, not two instances, these two implementations, I can now check, hey, when I get a result, I'll have a message associated with it, and I can tell that to the user. So this is where I'll put things like, you don't have enough money for that item. All right, so we have this result thing here that will let us do that. All right, so let's proceed. So we're in the middle of writing this shop class. So we have an item to purchase and the shopper. So let's do an example here. If, and I'm also not sure if, you know, a success is necessary, but it's like, maybe that would just be like, thanks for your purchase. That might be how I handle it. So if items dot contains to purchase. So we're gonna say if the shop doesn't have the item that we've specified, the item that we want to buy, then we're gonna return new error, new failure. And the failure, maybe I wanna, so doing new failure feels awkward here. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna create an iResult. Can I do static method? Public static iResult failure goes to new failure. There's no argument message. Okay, so I like this as well, just from a readability standpoint, rather than doing a new success or new failure. So here's what I can do now too. I can, I won't make those private, but so success, failure. This is just a nice little thing, and I could potentially cache these and say, okay, well, I don't. If I've seen this message before, don't make a new instance of the failure class. All right, so we can do result, return result dot failure. We don't sell that. We don't sell, and then we'll do the item. Let's see here. This is to purchase dot name. We don't sell. You know, it'll say we don't sell long swords. Here. Yeah, I don't like this S here. So, return result dot failure did not. Oh, I result. Return I result. We don't sell. We don't have any. The grammar is gonna drive me nuts here, because say it says it's fish. I want to say so. My thought was like, oh well, we don't sell long swords here. So if the name is long swords, so we don't sell long. We don't have any long swords here. But if it's fish, like we don't have any fishes here. So part of me is like getting a little bit crazy about that. But what are we gonna do? Sorry, we are all out of. This does not help me. I'm trying to come up with something. Anyone have any ideas on how I could do it? Sorry, we don't have. Sorry, we don't have a blank. All right, so now we say we don't have a. That kind of works. I hate it. But any suggestions on how to make that statement a little bit better would be nice. So we have a purchase. If they don't have the item, we basically have a failure. If the player doesn't have enough money, so now we're gonna have to. We haven't given the character money now. Well, so that's a good idea. All right, Chicka Wow Wow, thank you. So longsword. Well, no. So now it's longsword is currently out of stock. Is that still? Well, so the idea is this failure is like the shopkeeper's talking to you. So I kind of want to have like a dialogue box pop up with like a little shopkeeper, and the shopkeeper is like saying these things. So like if I put X is currently outside, it'd be longsword is currently out of stock. So it still doesn't quite work. You're falling into the trap I did. Like my brain can't handle it. So we don't have a longsword. Yeah. So I think I like that. Sorry, we don't have a invalid item in bagging area. I like that too. It's like a grocery store self-checkout. That's pretty funny. I like that. Okay, so the other, oh yeah, we got to add, that's what I was gonna say. So our character, we don't have they don't have gold yet. They have equipment, but we need to have our character have some gold on them. So in this game, all right, I'm not gonna get crazy like I did with the equipment yesterday. Yesterday we went off the rails with equipment. So I'm gonna go simple. I'm just gonna say a player has, or a character has, public int gold. As very simple gold. We're not gonna deal with like, well, what about, does gold have a weight? What about platinum, silver, copper? No, we're just going with gold. We have one currency, that's it. I know we're modeling like tabletop RPGs. Gold doesn't have a weight. It's not an inventory item. Get off my lawn. Get off my lawn. All right. So this is going to break everything, because not everything, but it's going to break our player character. Our player character is going to need to have a gold field. We're going to go ahead and serialize that field as well. Public int gold, get private set. Oh, I like that. Oh, that's Chicka Wow Wow. Brilliant. Sorry, I sold my last yesterday. I like it. Sorry, I sold my last thing yesterday. Beautiful, beautiful. I like that. Really, this isn't going to be something that will happen very often in the game, because there's going to be, like, in the menu, you'll just be clicking a button and it'll do it. So it won't actually. This you really won't get this unless there's like an error in the code or error somewhere, or somehow. So if you somehow are able to call this, and the idea is if we're doing point and click, you won't be able to get here, but it's good to have in case, just in case. Yeah, so player character has a gold thing now. We'll have to figure out how to get and set gold. But we have a property which will make it easy to write this code. So now we can say if the shopper biotests asks me to check Discord. Okay. All right, let's check the Discord here. Music, my old song that was made in 10 hours. Okay, let's listen to this. Biotests, our local musician. And sorry if my sound quality is terrible. I know last time the sound quality was terrible. Ooh, bio. Nice. We're going to listen to this. We got 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Thank you for sharing. Ooh, this is nice. All right, so if our shopper's gold is less than the thing we're trying to purchase but costs, we're also going to fail. Sorry, you don't have enough gold. Okay. Otherwise, I think we can purchase it, and we just need to sort of figure out how. So now our character needs to have a what am I trying to say here? Where did my OBS go? Uh-oh. There it is. There it is. Oh, this is nice. What inspired you to make this, Bio? To be honest, I forgot. I like it. I like it. Our local musician. Oh, gotcha. This is, you're using Fruity Loop Studio? All right, check it out. Check it out. So if you're not on the Discord, you can check out all of Biotest's sweet music. All right. Okay. Thank you for sharing. The wub stuff, that's good. Coming for the wubs, stay. What was it? Like strong bad. Come for the jigga wuggas, stay for the wubs, something like that. Jugga wugga, jugga wugga. Stock plugin. I don't know what if. All right, so now we need our player to have an inventory so we can add things to the player's inventory. So I think we kind of need to make an inventory class. How dubstep was discovered. Send me a link on the on Discord. I'll check it out. I'll check it out later. I'm trying to not get too distracted here. Sounds like Beat Saber music. Nice. Okay, so we want to have an inventory. So character needs an inventory. So I'm curious whether or not that goes under equipment or not. But we have this equipment area. That's where our eye item is. Thank you for the link, Be It Bio. We'll check that out. I'm gonna check it out probably after stream, or maybe when I hit a good resting point. So I appreciate that. All right. Let's see. What are we doing? We're getting slightly distracted. Let's inventory. All right, so we need an inventory here. Let's create a new file. I inventory. All right, so we're gonna have an I inventory that can essentially gonna be a list of things that but we want a little bit more than just a list. Thank you. It's not dodgy, it's a joke though. All right, here we go. Here we go. Get those stream beats back going. All right. So we are trying to make an inventory. All right, so namespace adventure quest.equipment. Okay, and then we have a public interface I inventory. So we're going to define what it means to be an inventory. And so we're going to have a list of items. So it's kind of like a shop. So what's interesting is maybe a shop has an inventory associated with it. So public list I item items. And this will be a get. And let Unity build that. And we'll import our list here. And we want sort of like an add and remove option for the inventory. So we can add and remove stuff to the player's inventory or the shop's inventory. So this is interesting. Public I result add item. You just call it add, I think. I item to add. Let's import result here. And then we also have a public I result removed I item to remove. We can add and remove items from it. Public I result and just item to check. Okay. So this contains probably isn't necessary, but it'll be like, it should be slightly more efficient than checking this, because this is going to be an immutable copy of our list, or maybe just a copy, maybe not even an immutable version. Here we go. So let's create an inventory now. And this is going to be under our character. So we're going to create a player character inventory. So new file, character inventory. And so the character inventory, what's nice is you could potentially make this say that, oh, if you have too much weight, you can't add items to it. Or if you have a cursed item, you can't remove it. So we can add some stuff in there for that. But let's go over to character inventory now. So this is going to be our character inventory. And this is going to be in, what did the name is? I think it's character.inventory is what we decided. Yeah, character.equipment. So a character inventory. And let's have, it's going to implement the iInventory interface. And we're going to have to be using adventurequest.equipment. All right, let's have Unity build this for us so we can get our error messages so we know what we need to fix. All right, so we need to implement these. For now, we're going to return nulls. Just to make our compiler happy. All right. Compiler's happy now. So we need a constructor for this, and we're going to have a private under the hood. This is going to need to be serializable as well. So all of our items are going to need to be serializable, which is a little scary to me. We're going to have to figure out how to do that. Our inventory and our equipment manifest are not serializable, so that when we transition between scenes, that's something we're going to have to implement. So we have a list of items. This is not going to be a property. But we have a character inventory honestly, I don't know if this needs to be a character inventory. It can just be like a basic inventory. But we're going to do it for now because the idea is this is going to attach to a character, whereas NPCs inventories might be a little different. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Maybe this shouldn't be a character inventory. It should be just an action, just an inventory. Interesting. I might rename this later. Items equals new. So when you construct this, you just have an empty list here. This get is going to be a copy of items. So this will copy it. So you cannot, honestly, well, we want to be able to get this list back so that we can populate the screen. It's a little scary. So if our list, let's see, do items, if items have mutable properties on them, we can run into trouble. Yeah, 3 concrete things before abstracting Dota. Yeah, so that's sort of like I was saying, oh, let's go with character inventory. I don't know that I'm going to need anything else, but I know it's going to be part of a character. We have our interface though, which is nice. So programming with interfaces, super useful. But yeah, not abstracting it up yet. And I don't think we'll need to in this particular case. The idea though was like, oh, well, this could have a, a shop inventory was the idea, but a shop, it really just has a list of things and then you sort of duplicate those things. But welcome aboard, Dota. It's so nice to see you. I hope things are going well for you. Yeah, I hope things are going well for you. You're back in school or university or work? I can't remember exactly. I think you're working on something. Before work, okay, nice, yeah. I'm a working, break's over. Yeah, I go back on Monday. I'm excited to go back. I'm such a workaholic. It's funny, I was talking with my partner about that. Is when I'm actually at work, I work less than when I'm not. So I've been working the last 3 weeks. We had a 3-week break from working. It's really like 3 weeks plus 2 weekends on either end. So it's 3 weeks plus 4 days. And I've been programming and working more, whereas when I work, I have like, 2 to 3 hour, like one, not necessarily two. If I have a 2-hour break, I get stuff done, but most of my breaks are like 30 minutes to an hour, 30 minutes to 90 minutes in between. So like I have a class and I have 90 minutes between to another one. And you can't really do a lot of programming in 90 minutes because you take some time to like get into it, right? Especially if you're trying to do anything interesting. So I do less work when work is in session. I do a lot. I do a lot more work when I'm out of work because I have a huge amount of free time to work on stuff. So it's interesting. So I'm excited to go back to work. So I'll start working less. I'm feeling a little not stressed, but I feel like I've been getting a little crazy. I'm such a workaholic. I love my job is the other thing. So I'm very, very lucky that I love my job. I love teaching. Being a software engineer was exhausting. There were things I always told people that as a software engineer, I was always very engaged in my work and found it interesting and was kind of obsessed with it, but I didn't necessarily love it. I felt like it drained me. Whereas a teacher, like that is inspired. It inspires me. My students are so cool. Watching the things they make, it's so satisfying. So I love being a teacher. It's just awesome. All right, so we're gonna be really simple here with adding stuff. As long as we're not null, we can add an item to our inventory. All right, so if items, and this really should be if to add is null. Really, this should just throw an exception. I really wish maybe I can turn nullable stuff on, and I just don't know how. If it's null, this is an exception or a debug assert. Really, it should be an exception. Throw new system.argument null exception. Although someone was pointing out to me that I should be using debug asserts here rather than exceptions. But I don't know how I feel about that. I'm like, well, if a null comes in here, I want the program to, the game, you know, maybe it shouldn't crash. Maybe this shouldn't be, it should be a debug dot assert, not null, and then return. All right, let's start using that. I think that's the correct thing to do. If we throw an exception, the program crashes. I'm gonna throw an exception, and we'll think about that a little bit more later. Argument null exception. So in this case, we have, really it should just be this. I don't need to put a message there because the item couldn't be added. Okay. Next, we want to just add it to the list. Items.add to add that, and then we'll return iResult.success, and we're gonna make another one of these that takes no arguments. We're just say the default one is success, and we'll just make this a constant. Success. Do that. All right, I guess we got to do that. Okay. Okay, let's go. Let's keep moving here. We were in our, I got too many things open. I get to opening a zillion files all at once. We were in our character inventory. Okay, so we add it in. We remove it if to remove. So that's a great question, Lazy Dev. That's a great question, Lazy Dev. So, so the results, in this case, I want, this is sort of a message to the programmer. So this is a message to the developer saying, hey, you've messed up. You've written code. I want the program to crash, and the developer say like, oh, I've written a bug. And this is gonna help me debug that spot there. The program says, okay, you should never get a null thing here, so I'm done. Whereas a success is a message to the player, a message to the game system saying that this thing was successful. So for example, down here on remove, we're gonna do the following. We're gonna say if we try to remove this here, so to remove. So this, the method remove here actually returns true, and welcome to the chat. Welcome aboard, Lazy Dev. This message here is actually saying it'll be true if the item was removed, I believe. I'm gonna double check that. So if the item could not be removed, we actually are gonna send a message to the player saying, hey, you didn't have that item. So this is gonna say iResult.failure, you don't have a to remove.name. So this will actually say that you couldn't remove that from your inventory because you didn't have it. So that's the difference here, is when you try to add, this is actually like an exceptional state. You're trying to add something to your inventory that's null. It's like not a real thing. Whereas this thing here, so I could potentially send a message. So the idea is this message here isn't really for the player. This is for the developer, whereas this message is to the player. Saying that, oh, well, you can't remove that because this could be like an error. Maybe they click something really fast, or some threading issue where they sold the item. So that's the idea, is results are specifically to pass messages to the player, whereas exceptions are saying like, this is something that as a developer, I didn't expect my program state to ever be in this situation. In the latest version of C# and .NET 6 and above, you have what are called nullables, where in fact, you know, the compiler wouldn't even let you pass null in here. You'd get an error message from the compiler if it could detect that a null thing could be passed in here. But we're on C# 8, which doesn't have that. I don't think, someone tell me I'm wrong, and tell me how to enable it. But if we wanted it to be able to pass in null things in later version, we put a question mark here. But it basically says annotation for should only be used if code's within a nullable annotation context. So I don't know. I'm relatively new to doing Unity development. But yeah, Lazy Dev, thanks for the question. Welcome aboard. I hope we're learning things. I always welcome questions because and backseat coding in a lot of ways. I want to be I want to get better. I want to improve, and I'm not the most. All right. Otherwise, let's go look at the documentation. Make sure I'm right on remove here. I'm upset that there's not documentation here, but I think this is because it's like the Unity version. Oh man, I love functional programming. I'm a Haskeller. I love Haskell. I tried doing some F# over in December for Advent of Code, and it kind of made me a little bit frustrated. Yeah, so the whole idea of functional programming is nice because you remove, you completely eliminate a lot of bugs. So one of the things I'm highly focused on all the time is like, if possible, make your data immutable. So this whole object's essentially as immutable as possible. We have some state in here, but I don't give them back this actual list. No one can modify that except me. Don't touch my stuff. C# list.remove. Let's go look at the documentation here. Remove removes the first occurrence of the specified. If the item is successfully removed, otherwise false, this method also returns false if item was not found. Okay, so that's the thing. It returns false if it wasn't found, or if something crazy happened. So I was correct about that. So we'll just say you don't have that item if this wasn't removed. Otherwise, I result dot success. So in that case, we'll just do that. That we have a success here. Pretty straightforward. And this one I actually think should just be a bool. This one shouldn't return because it's a predicate. It's not. We want to be able to put this like in an if. So it says if this inventory contains a thing. Yeah. So this one is just a forward to our items list. Contains to check. Yeah. So there we go. Nice. So now we have this inventory. And so now if I go to my shop, the idea is we're going to try and add it to the shop. All right. Or to the character's inventory. So, my character needs an inventory now. So in addition to all this stuff, we're going to add in an inventory to our player class so that we can reference it over here in our shop. This is gonna yell at me because my player character is gonna need one of these. My player character, I have this extra folder I should delete. Which hopefully doesn't break anything. Unity yells, don't delete stuff outside of me. Don't touch my things. You do not have my permission. All right, so we're gonna have a field, serialized field, public, inventory. We have a get private set. No one can change that. And then inventory equals new character inventory, like that. Character inventory probably wants to have a character associated with it, so that way we could potentially check things like we're not going to do this. Isn't going to be part of what we're doing here, but this is why I was like, should this be a character inventory or just a regular inventory? You might have a thing where items have weights and your character could get encumbered, that sort of thing. But in this game, we're not going to do that. I'm not going to get out of control here like we did yesterday with equipment. Let that scope up for us. All right, so we have an I inventory like that. Now in my shop, let's make sure this is happy. Okay, make sure this is happening in our in the shop. We now do the following: say shopper.inventory.add add the purchased item to it. And this is where there's something I need. There's something here to do. I either need to copy this item, copy item, or create like item instance, right? So we sort of have like, right now our item is like the definition of an item, and when we buy it from the store, we don't want that exact instance of it. We don't want them to be like double equals, because when you use an item or something gets removed from your inventory, we check, are these items the same thing? So we kind of need to make it so that they're referentially different from each other. So if you have two items, so say you have two rings, you equip them both. When you go to equip, de-equip to remove one, it checks that they're the same thing and removes them from all your slots. So I'm gonna put this to do here real quick. I'm probably need to go ahead and add in some kind of duplicate option in the item interface. Or instance. Maybe I have a wrapper class that's sort of... Okay. Okay, but this is going to give us an iResult like this. And really, we can say if is yeah, this is why I want to do the iResult like this, so I can get the message with it. Result and let's see, do I want to just return that same failure? If result is failure, return results. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. Otherwise, return results. Yeah. So when we put something, or we can make it so it says, so the result I'm thinking is like such and such was added to your inventory. Let's go look at this implementation here. I'll get to my... It's interesting. Add return success. Yeah, here we go. So this is why I do need a character here. So we're gonna say to add.name was added to character.name inventory. That's the result. That's the success. So we need to have a character here. Like that. So it's sort of like this is this character's inventory. My character. Like this. And then in our player character, when we construct this, we say, hey, here I am. This is who owns this inventory. So it's like coupled together a little bit. There's like an interesting, you might call this a code smell. I don't like this coupling in this way. There's like potential to write bugs in this regard, because I can accidentally give like multiple inventories to a character. Well, so syntax, here's the thing. If you're correct, but the idea is we're adding it to an inventory. What if we pass in an item here and it's not actually that player's inventory? So if I put character here. All right, so I put character here. This can be called accidentally with the wrong character, right? So there's like an interesting thing here. Whereas this inventory, I want it to be coupled with this character in this regard. So the question is it, if I do it this way, I can sort of say, okay, well, yeah, I'm not sure. So what happens if I pass in the wrong character name? It's not necessarily adding it to that player character's inventory. So what I could do instead, here's probably what I should do. Here's probably what I should do. Is this just returns success, right? And then the shop, the other option would be in the shop, I return. I know, this is why I'm saying like the tight coupling here, what it should be if I have this character inventory, it should maybe be a class inside of here. But it is the character's inventory in that regard. So the reason I might want to do this is I might want a character. Okay, so yeah. So the coupling here is bad. You're correct. This is me trying to like reason through what's the better thing to do here. Okay. But this violates my inventory. So here's the thing though. So my inventory class doesn't have a character on the add and remove. So do I say that inventories can only be on characters? Oh no, this is all data model. This is all data model. No mono behaviors here. This is all data model. What if I wanted to turn this into a text-based adventure? So the idea is we're decoupling our model view and controller. So our model is as unaware of the interface as possible. And then our Unity has, we'll write a controller that knows how to interact with these objects and the view. So we want to make sure that this, potentially you could have like an interface for this that was just a text-based interface. So I'm trying to avoid making things mono behaviors when I can, especially when I'm thinking about my model, like my data model. But it also, they can lead you to like some really, really bad design choices. So I'm trying to be careful about doing that. I want to follow like, oh, is this scalable? Can I break this out and use it in different phases? If I want this to have like a back end written, separately. So ideally, I want to have like different assemblies, one for all of my my application layer and then my like data layer. What I could do here though is on the success. Gotcha. Rather than returning the result, if it's a failure, we do this. All right. So what I could do here is I could say iResult.success. Thank you for your purchase. And we also need to have the player spend their money. So shopper.gold minus equals to purchase.cost. And then we sort of need to update our interface here. This needs to have a set. And then our player character, we'll add in a field here, private int gold. And the get goes to gold here. And the set, you want to be careful not to have it go below 0. this one here, you'd normally just do gold equals value, but we're gonna do a thing here that says if value less than 0, we shouldn't be able to do that. All right, this should never be less than 0. So I'm torn on whether or not to put an exception here or to write another method for interacting with it that allows us to, yeah, I'm not sure if I want to throw an exception here or not. This should be math.max of the value and 0. Core, welcome back. It's nice to see you again. We're working on trying to get a shop. All right, so this no longer is serialized because this is now the serialized bit. Okay. And let's think here. We've got our gold. At the very least, we need to have a debug.error attempted to set player character gold to a value less than 0. So we at the very least need this. Value. I kind of want to throw an exception because that would help me catch bugs quicker. I might miss something in the message down there, but I could do a debug.assert. This is where I could do debug.assert value greater than or equal to 0. Here we go. Can I put a message here? String or object? We never do a string yet. There we go. We'll do this. Okay. Do we got any compilation errors? We do. Need a semicolon. How are you doing today, Core? What are we working on? Let's see. All right. So sharper gold, we can subtract it. Thank you for your purchase. There we go. And ooh, before we do that. Yeah. We only subtract the gold if we actually put it in the inventory. All right. Now we need a way to actually make a copy of the item so that way when you buy it, you clone the item. So iInventory or iItem. We need to. So I have two options here. Kind of is to create an item instance and. Or just like a copy option. Like part of me feels like a copy option is easier. Is clone like a built-in method? Because I don't want to call it clone if it is. Shopper.clone.copy. Right, there isn't anything like that. Java has like a default clone that doesn't work properly. We need to know how to duplicate items. So public item duplicate. So items need to know how to make copies of themselves so that you can essentially when you buy an item from the store it comes in or yeah, I think this is what I'm going to use here. Now my weapon needs to be able to copy itself. Which should be pretty straightforward. Public So I need, it's an interface, so I don't have to actually do override, right? No events. So is global game jam like an in-person game jam, but it's like in your area, you go to a location? I've not heard of global game jam, but it sounds like it happens everywhere. So my gut reaction is, oh, wouldn't that be? This needs to be virtual. So if we end up subclassing, we need to be able to copy it. Gotcha. Send me a link on Discord. I'd be really interested to check it out. When is it? When is Global Game Jam? Is it happening right now? Name, cost, damage, requirements, like that. So we make a copy of ourselves. That's the default thing to do. And then your subclass should overwrite that. The other way you could do it would be have it accept a... Yeah, since it's copying the requirements list, I think this is the way to do it. So now in our shop, we actually add in the duplicate version so that you get a new instance of that. So that way it's not conflicting. If you have two items that are the same, they're not referentially equal. 30th of January to February 5th. Cool. I'll have to check that out. So I think we have this. All right, so we do this. I'm not sure that's the best. I'm thinking about like how Minecraft does it. If you look at the source code for Minecraft, they have like an item interface, and then they have an item stack. So if it's in your inventory, it's an item stack, and it has a reference to the item. And so that's an alternative approach we could take, is have something called like an item stack. So you can have like a quantity of it. I'm not going to do that. I think for this application, you have just like the instance of it. Okay. So this is going to get us the shop here. So I'm pretty happy with that. In general, we should probably write some tests to make sure we can actually buy things and the inventory contains the things after we've purchased them. We do have... I really think... Yeah, there's an interesting code smell by adding a character. I have the same issue with my equipment as well. The real answer is that these... Is there a package private? Package private C#. I'm gonna make it so that the classes... I don't like... so if I don't... If I leave it off, all types and type members have accessibility level controls. What does it mean if I have no modifier? C#, no access modifier. Internal is the default. Okay. But internal gives it to the whole assembly. The type of member can be accessed by any code in the same assembly. Yeah, I was kind of hoping you could do it within a namespace. So Java has it, so you can do it within like a package. So within that, quote unquote, it's not really a module namespace, but be nice to have it so when you construct a character, the only way to construct a character inventory is within the character constructor. So what I might do, so what you could do to ensure, all right, so we could do the following. We could make this a private constructor. character inventory. We'll leave it alone for now. I feel like I'm writing something bad, but I'm going to see if it bites me later. And if it does, we'll have to come back and we'll refactor it. It's good to think about that design, though. This is why I thought maybe it should just be an inventory. All right, so we have that. Let's do a commit. We've written quite a bit here for our inventory. Make sure that's what we've done. Ability score, this was sort of, oh, this is like something I did. Refactor, favor, or replace constant, replace magic value with labeled constant. Our inventory here. All right, so we implemented this inventory. So our I character and our I player character got updated as well. Come on, GitHub, I believe in you. Or VS Code, I should say. VS Code's struggling here for a moment. Come on, there it goes. All right, so we added gold inventory. Is there anything we did specifically that's not related? This duplicate thing is sort of its own thing here. So we're gonna add those. Feet. Add duplicate method to item. Let's see here. Then I think everything else is shop. Oh, we added this result type. Feet, add iResult for messages to result / success / failure. Okay. And then we have our shop here, result meta. Biotest is making Minecraft in Unity. That's hilarious. All right, I think the rest of this stuff is specifically making an inventory type. So I'm going to add the inventory here. All right, so create an inventory interface. So we're going to feet, add in iInventory. Oh, well, apparently I hit add all. Well, that was, probably shouldn't have clicked sync. Okay, well, we accidentally committed everything. That's okay. I was just trying to be smart about the breakdown of the commits. All right, so I think I have a sort of shop interface, the interactions working. Next, I would like to, in my scene, I would like, accidentally shunk everything. Give me a second here. I gotta get everything open again. One moment. Takes me a second. I have all this stuff on my other screen. I should probably figure out how to disable it on Windows. If you grab a window and you shake it with your mouse, it minimizes everything else. I like that feature though. I just wish there was a hotkey I could press to turn it on and off. I want to add a shop scene here. And my shops are going to need to be sort of serializable. So in my scenes, let's create a new scene, shop. Okay. And we'll add in a canvas. And let's get before we finish that, let's make it so that it is scale with width, 1920 by 1080. And we are going to, all right, so here's some fun stuff we're gonna do. We're gonna go to Dolly, we're gonna generate some backgrounds for this. or some images for our shop. So we Dolly log in here on another browser tab or on my other screen. Okay, signing into OpenAI. Here we go. All right, so we are gonna generate a the inside of a fantasy RPG. Let's see how this is RPG shop with walls lined with potions, books, weapons, and armor. And let's go with digital art. Let's check that out. And we're gonna, while that's going, we're gonna generate a second one. The inside of a medieval shop with potions, books, weapons, and armor, digital art. Let's give that a shot. This looks great. Okay, man, I can't believe how good these come out. All right, how do we do on this one? Same thing, essentially similar stuff. Okay. It only uses 10% of the power. So I've paid people to create assets for me before. That, I mean, we're better than this. Let me say we're better than this, but for prototyping, this is amazing. All right, I like this one because we have. Let's do it with. Well, let's download these into our AI art folder. AI art, create new shops. I'm gonna save these. Oh, and we can tag them. That's another thing. We can save 2D fantasy game. What's this? Let's go to the next now. All right, so we'll mark these 2D fantasy game. We'll download them. Shop 2. 2D fantasy game. Shop 3. 2D fantasy game download. Shop 4. Okay. And my other tab here has good. Okay, well that's going. I want one RPG shop filled with weapons. So we're gonna try to do a weapon shop and an armor shop filled with weapons. Let's keep marking these. Fantasy, download, shop 5. This is great because I can give these assets to my students. Shop 6, and then they can decide which one that they want to use. Shop 7. Shop 8. I like this one because you could potentially use it to put something in there or in here. Let's look at this. There we go. Weapon shop. I really like this one. We're gonna go with this one, I think. I have this crazy medieval. The weapons look so crazy in here. Filled with medieval weapons. All right, let's try that again. Copy this. Inside of a medieval shop filled with medieval weapons, digital art. All right, let's keep looking here. Yeah, these are all great. I like this one. I like this one. I want one with lots of weapons in it. I like this crazy spear sword thing. Let's see here. This one. I keep saying this one. These all look great. This one. No, this one. This one. All right, we'll go with this one. Let's edit it, see if we can get it a little bit bigger for us. So I love this. I can come in here and say, generate some more of this image for me, please. I like it. Make it bigger. See if we can get some more, and then we'll plop that in there. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. All right, we'll go with like this one. Let's make it a little taller. Making weapon shop, making weapon shop, making a weapon shop. Scroll down a little bit so I can see it. Not bad, not bad. Which one looks? This one looks like the least awkward to me. And last little chunk to generate down there. And then we'll save this into my backgrounds. We'll chop it up with GIMP a little bit, get it the right, or maybe we'll just toss it in there. We will compress it with GIMP because it's going to be like 10 megabytes. That one looks pretty good. Yeah, we'll go with that. Okay, let's download this. AI Art Shop full. Show in my folder. Let's open this baby with GIMP. And we were going to crop this out. We want it to be 1920. Oh, not position. 1920 by 1080. Is my picture not wide enough? Should have made it wider maybe. Make this bigger, it does nothing. 19. Oh, I was just gonna compress it and then I'll adjust the size in Unity itself. Export as. Come over to our project, assets, sprites, backgrounds, and we'll call this shop. Do a .jpeg so we can get better compression on it. And we'll compress it down to 83. Okay, how big did that end up being? Nope. Assets, sprites, backgrounds, shop. Oh yeah, less than a megabyte. That's always nice. Okay. And then we'll add into our thing here. We're gonna add in a UI image. This will be a background. We'll attach that there. So we'll search for shop. That's the image we want, and then set to native. It's not quite wide enough. Should have generated more. We'll stretch it a little bit. Hang on. Stretch, and then we'll center it. In the game, it looks pretty good. Kind of like shrink it just a little bit, get it so that, oh, let's make it just to the width. Can I lock the width? I want the, there we go. All right, there's our shop background, beautiful. All right, we need to add a shop in here. Have sort of like a dialogue on the left for items and inventory, that sort of stuff. So let's add in a new UI. Well, really we want a parent object here. Not a parent object, sorry, a new empty, and this is gonna be like inventory. Inventory. Oh, a shop should probably have a name too, so we can say like the name of the shop. And then in here, the inventory, come back to our scene. This thing is going to take up like a section over. Oops. How do we move? Is there a button I can click to move this thing? I know I can move it this way, but I want to be able to have it snap when I move stuff as well. All right, let's have it say this is going to be relative to the top left corner. And it's going to take up this whole section here. Let's give a width of 800. Okay. And then we'll actually make it real quick. We'll stretch from top to bottom just so I can say that it will. Yeah, actually, let's make it, it's like this. So we will be 100 pixels away from the left, maybe 50 pixels. We will 50, give it a little size like that. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Let's give it a little background image here. Add image. And we have in our sprites, dialogue. So we have our small dialogue. So that way we get the dialogue like that. It's gonna be the shop inventory here. Maybe I could get like a scroll type thing going on. That would be kind of cool. Shop inventory. And I need items to come through here. I should probably make this type of item a prefab because I've done this a couple times now. Make the opacity on this. Can I make it slightly opaque? So we still want to be able to see the background there. Ooh, yeah, fancy. Fancy schmancy. Let's add in our item. So we want to, I'm gonna make this a prefab. So it's gonna be our item, our inventory. Prefabs. Create folder. Hello? I don't know where that folder went. Shop. All right. And then this is gonna be our shop inventory. So the idea with the shop inventory is going to have a shop attached to it that has like these inventory items that get populated. So we can edit it directly in our, I'm in my game scene still. Edit it here. We're going to set it as, oh, interesting. Can I make my canvas bigger just so I can test some stuff out? It's interesting that it's that way. It shouldn't matter. We'll add in here that we have a layout element, and we're going to set its preferred width to 800 and its preferred height to, what was it, 1920 minus 100. Okay, and for our purposes, let's just have this guy centered here, and why is it, let's do this. All right, center it in our thing, and width 800, height 1820, just so we can see. Oh, not 1820, 1080 minus 100, so 980 should be its preferred height. Okay, so it's sort of like in our game scene, it has 50 padding, 50 padding, and 50 padding on the left, but its preferred width is that. Anyone know how I can make it so that the, like, in the prefab editor, can I make the canvas have some properties on it? That's interesting that I can't really do that here, just for like what I would see, but that's fine. And then we need like inventory items in it. So I have some UI elements I've predefined for text that we'll add in here to get us the right font on it. So at the very top, we will have like the shop name. So this will be the shop name. So for example, it'll be like Abdul's Armor. And this one, we're gonna make it so that it's stretched at the top. like that. We'll give it really kind of want this to have in a vertical layout group, so it'll like automatically position the things in it. So a vertical layout group can have padding from the top. So it's going to pad itself so that you don't end up with anything overflowing on the border. So like we have this border here, and then in our shop here, or the name here, we're going to give this a layout element to say, hey, I want to be a preferred width. Let's go with 600. Set the width to 600. Interesting. Oh, I want to set this so it will control the child size. Yeah. And then my shop name, my preferred height. Let's go with 100. Okay. Maybe we don't control the height. We don't force expand. Yeah, if we don't do those, then they will sort of fit themselves nicely in there. What is my font size here? Font size is 64. So let's set this to 70 so it's nice in there. All right, and then we're gonna actually have like the inventory items. So we'll create an empty thing here. So this is gonna be our items list. Okay, and this thing, layout element, this is why I wanted to actually have it control the height. Okay, if I have it control the height, did it change the size of it? It didn't, but this one, we are gonna again set its preferred width to essentially the size here, but its preferred height should essentially be like as big as possible. Make me as big as possible. And in fact, if I just set flexible width, it should do that. Yeah. So if I set flexible width, it'll sort of scale to take up as much space as it can. If I put the downside, if I put two of these in here, they each take up half the space. I think if I put one, says twice. If I put two here, it'll take up twice as much space as the other ones. So this sort of lets us control how much. So to say, try and take up for every other item with flexible width, take up one unit of space. So if you have two items, each will do half in that way. All right, what's this warning? I think that is not important. So this item list, now it's going to have, in our shop here, we're going to make another prefab in a second, but this is going to be like an item row in our shop. And so we'll get that styled out here. But it should have, all right, so we're going to create another empty here. Item entry. So this will have all of the information for an item to be able to buy it. So it's like a shop item. Let's call it a shop item entry. And so it's going to have like the item, how much it costs, and then a like buy button and maybe an info button. I'm not sure. Probably need to have an info button as well so that we can like get information about the item. But we might make it so when you hover over, that shows up. So we'll want to make an item information component as well. So this thing again, the item entry. So we're gonna make our item list have another vertical layout group. So it's gonna lay its elements out vertically. We'll give them some spacing. We're not gonna force the children to expand, but we are gonna control the width. We're gonna force the children entries to take up the whole space. So if I have multiple here, so if I were to add in some text here just so we can see it, add it to this entry. Why can't I get you inside of there? Add in some text here. We'll make the text centered. And our text, we'll get it configured in a second here, but the idea would be if I have multiple item entries, they just sort of lay themselves out top to bottom nicely. One thing we'll need to do is add in like some sort of scroll feature, like paging feature. I'm not sure exactly what we'll do, or we could be lazy and say, well, we're gonna just make sure our shop doesn't have too many items in it. But the shop item here, the entry list, is actually gonna lay out the internal components using a horizontal layout group, so it's going to left to right. So let's see if we can get that to look nice. And the idea here is now this text should really be aligned to the left. It's going to be an item name. And we're going to have this be smaller. We'll go with 48. A shop item entry will only be 50 tall, maybe. 50. Yeah, so that we'll have more space to put stuff in there. It's looking okay. Right, item name. So this can be name. And you'll see here if I duplicate these things, they don't. Maybe I do want it to. Don't expand width, but control the width. Yeah. So it's going to force them to sort of take up the amount of space they take up. And then we can sort of space them out nicely in that regard. So we'll give these 10 units of space. So we got name. This will be like cost in gold. Cost. Or maybe, should we have a cost in gold? And then like a gold button that you click, or like a buy. We need like a buy icon. And then I kind of want a spacer in here. So I'm curious if I can do this. Create an empty. I didn't want to create it there. Create it here. Create empty spacer. If I put this in between, I'm curious here. Let's have this control the height of these things as well. Not a vertical layout group. I want a layout element. If I tell this thing to be flexible width, yeah, it'll space things nicely. So they're like, oh, take up all the space there. Yeah, and so then the cost is going to be aligned to the right. And this will be the like price of the item. So in this case, we might have something that's worth 1,000 gold. 1,000. And then I want to add in a little image here. So we're going to add in an image. And this is going to be gold. Well, in fact, I think I want to add in a button. Really, I want to add in a button. It's going to be a button with an image on it. So let's go ahead and do a button here. This button is going to have no text. It's going to be the buy button. Although maybe it's like I want it so you click on the entry and then like a menu pops up to buy it. Maybe that's what I want. Maybe I make this an info button. Or like a little dialogue button. So it's like a little speech bubble. Info button. Okay. Do an info button here. And we'll make this have a layout element, and its preferred width will be 50. And let's have this thing sort of, I can't do that. I want it to have, as it gets, oh, that looks okay. That looks okay. What if in here we say that we want things to be upper center, middle center? I don't know. This doesn't do anything because it's expanding to take up the whole space. All right, info button. Let's make it actually a little smaller. What if I tell it I want 35? I need to add in, I want it to have a little bit of padding, so I got to add in a parent to this thing. All right. And so the parent, it's like a wrapper for it. And this is the actual button. Actual button's a bad name. We got an info button here. This is the thing that we want to say, okay, this is gonna take up 50. And then this doesn't have, this thing here, we're gonna say, okay, well, this just sort of stretches out, but we're gonna give it a padding of 5 on every side. And so it'll actually like center itself nicely. Although it's, I don't like that it's misaligned. It feels misaligned. It's not. Oh, my text things need to be, well, they are centered that way. Centered bottom. It's not a huge deal. It's not a huge problem. I just don't like that the font seems to have, I think because if you had like a G, oops, why? Yeah, so the font has like an extra couple pixels at the bottom because of letters that go underneath. So to compensate for that, I actually have to have my button have no distance at the top and twice at the bottom to make it actually feel centered. It actually feels a little off still. So let's try 2. That feels better. All right, so this is gonna be like an info button, so we're gonna put a little like speech bubble there. So let's see if we can find a little speech bubble icon on Open Game Art. I think I might actually already have an asset like that I downloaded before. Let's go look at my login here. Let's go look at my collections. I think I have a collection in here for my dungeon crawler. Yeah. Is there a check speech bubble? Not really. I don't want it to have a checkbox in it. All right, so let's search for speech icon. Do we have an icon here? Yeah, I like this one here, this speech bubble. That's what we're gonna use. So I'm gonna download these. I'm gonna add this to my collection here so I can recall which ones I use. And then we're gonna download this. Dice roller. I'm gonna save that here. Okay, show in folder. And we're gonna extract that in, oh, put it in possible assets actually. Yeah, there it was. 7-zip, extract to form controls. Let's get rid of that. Ooh, and they're SVGs, which is nice. Except I don't have like a nice way to preview it. Speech bubble full. Speech bubbles. Interesting. Let's open this up with Inkscape. Let's see what this looks like. Get ourselves a little exported PNG sprite so we can use that. Is that what we want? I don't think that's quite what we want. If SVG return nice quality and stuff. That's not quite what we want. Oh, I can even add like a little question mark in it here. Let's look at all of these real quick. I think I can just drag them all in, right? Okay. All right, so now we can figure out which one we want. I think I just want that one. Yeah, I just want this one. And maybe I put a little, make it a little bigger. And we'll export as, go ahead and find my project here. My Git folder. And then dice roller. Possible assets, we'll call it speech bubble. Save that. We'll set it to be 50 by 50. Let's go ahead and export that. Okay, we'll add it in to our sprites. Dialogues. There we go. And our button is gonna have this image. There we go. So now we have a speech bubble next to it. If we add multiple items here, So just to preview what that would look like, this is going to be a shop item entry, which will also be a prefab. We'll just be able to have multiple entries. So how many ever entries there happen to be, we'll have it. You'll click the speech bubble that you'll be able to trigger that to do something. So we'll have a sort of like on, in my shop inventory, I'm gonna have like an on item select. It's gonna, when it spawns up all the entries, that will register it so that when that item is clicked, it sends a message. So we'll have a listener to be able to interact when we click that button. But I'm pretty happy with that. Let's make this item a prefab. So we're in our shop here, shop entry. So that way, if I need to change it later, it'll apply to it all. And then we're gonna write a shop inventory script here. All right, I have a shop inventory script. Let's go into our scripts. This is going to be a controller. So we're going to create a folder here for shop. That's the second time I've clicked create folder and it didn't show up. So I think I might have some rogue folders just floating around somewhere. We're going to create a C# script here, and this is going to be our shop inventory controller, like that. And we need to put it in the correct namespace. So namespace adventure quest dot shop. Although maybe I want adventure quest dot controllers dot shop, but I'm gonna do dot shop so it's tightly coupled. Maybe shop dot controller makes sense, because then it gets, maybe I'll do shop dot controller. I'm not sure what the quote unquote best practice is in that regard. Okay, let's I'm almost ready for my second cup of coffee here. I'm going for about 2 hours, which is not bad. Made a lot of progress compared to yesterday. It always feels like you make a great amount of progress when you have something like this show, right? So now we have this shop thing here that shows up in our game. Looks pretty nice. Although that bubble didn't show up. Can I reset this? Revert all. There we go. All right, so our shop is reverted to what it should be. Okay, so our shop prefab here. All right, so our shop inventory controller. It's gonna have a shop inventory controller. So under the hood, what are the things that it needs to do? It needs to render its list of items. So we're gonna add in a public void render, and it's gonna be able to render a shop. So it takes in a shop and it renders it. And not just a shop, it takes in an iShop. So we can do it with any shop. And it loops through and it'll render it. One thing that we might want to do is make it sort of easy to prototype this a little bit. So when we start, we'll do the following. We're going to create a private iShop shop. Really, this is why I'm like the serialization of items is kind of important. All right, for testing purposes, this is what I'm gonna do. We need a reference to okay, so we need a private, like a shop item entry. So this is a private, I think it's just a game object. Really, there's going to be like a shop item entry controller as well. So let's make one of those too. Shop item entry controller. Okay. Shop item entry controller. Okay. And again, this one's going to render not from a shop, but an item. So an item needs to know how to render itself. So this one's going to be item. And so we'll be using adventure quest dot equipment. All right, so the row doesn't care about the shop. It knows how to render itself. We have an event, shop. It's going to have an event that essentially, when it is selected, so public Unity event of type item. So the item that was clicked on click, this is gonna like send this message to anyone who needs it. So in essence, this, I don't think this needs it. Needs a render. Our shop inventory controller is gonna have this Unity event. This will be a public Unity event of type item. All right, this is gonna be on select item. So when you select an item from the inventory, we need to know about it. And this will be serialized field. Like, come on, guy, using Unity engine dot event. And yeah, I didn't know it needed both of these, so kind of wasn't smart enough to know it needed to have usings for both of these namespaces. All right. So when something's selected, now this inventory thing can notify it, but it needs to have. It's going to have a private. All right. Fields should go first. Fields constructors properties. So in this case, now we're going to have a private list of shop item entry controllers, items, lowercase items. That, and when we render ourselves, that will populate this. I don't even know if we need this list here actually. Oh, no. What I need, all right, here's what I need. I need to have a item template. I need to know how to generate these things. So we have a private item template, and this comes from our editor. Like that. This is an item template. We would throw some exceptions if it was null, but I'm not too worried about that because that's like a user detail here. All right, so my item template is this shop. Oh, I need to add it here. Add. Why does these look this way? That's okay. I'm not gonna look at that. What do I need to do here to make this? I think I just need to make this have a width of 800. Yeah. Okay. Add component, layout element, preferred width 800. But it shouldn't matter. We should be able to. All right, if I'm right, we should be able to resize it. Yeah, so it resizes itself. Okay. That's why you want to use all the layout managers. The layout managers make it so things resize nicely. All right, so shop item entry is going to have a shop item entry controller on it. So this now allows us here to say this is our item template. Okay. And this thing does have like a button associated with it. So it does kind of need an on click that fires. Yeah, so this one also does have a Unity event, but it doesn't care about the type of it. So this one should be a public Unity, and let's just go ahead and import that real quick. Events. This one's just a Unity event. on selected. And good practice, get private set. All right, and field, serialized field, so we can get it out to the world. Expose it like that. And in the prefab, we are going to say, okay, well, this button, when we click this, it's going to forward that entry to our shed. Shop item entry has an on selected. Am I just blind? I'm probably just blind. On. Oh, that's not right. I need this to, yeah. Public void on select. That's what it's select. And this forwards it to our event listener. Like that. So when we click it, so we forward it that way. And now, so the reason we do this, we just have it forward, is I don't want whoever is editing this outside have to like dig in and find it. And also, the real reason, so we have this select here. Well, the nice reason is now in our shop inventory controller, we can say, okay, when we render this, really what's going to happen is we're going to say for each item in our shop.items, we'll go through the items. We are going to attach, we're going to create an instance. So instantiate item template, and we're going to put it inside. We need a container for that. So we have another one, private transform items, item list. Serialize this. I don't need to put this field here. Serialize field. We're going to add it to our item list like that. And then we have this shop item entry controller entry. And now the entry, we can say entry.onSelected.addListener. We are going to say, okay, well, we are actually going to forward our entry, not entry, but our item to our on item. This becomes on select item dot invoke with our item. So this thing renders itself when any button gets clicked. It says anyone who now wants to know when an item is selected from our inventory, then it knows what to do. So in this case, it's going to like pop up a screen for us to be able to like examine that item's information, and we'll have that item's information. So we have this render for a shop. So we also need to do entry.render on item. So we propagate that item down to our shop item entry controller, which then knows how to populate itself. So this thing needs references to each of these components. So name, cost, and that's essentially it. So it needs name and cost. All right, so name and cost. We need a public. What is this? I'll put it above the listener. Although maybe I should. Could I do this? I think I can do this smarter. All right, so on selected, public, rave, day 5, that's right. Hype it up, super hype, we're making progress. It's always fun. I mean, I like programming, but it's always fun when we make it to UI stuff. It always feels nice, and until it doesn't. It always feels nice until it doesn't. But like we're actually getting a shop in here. So got to have Duel's armor. It's gonna be some item entries here. It's always fun until it's not. UI stuff is fun until it's not. Exactly, it's fun until it's not. Real quick, anyone who isn't following Rave is a real game developer. You should definitely be following Rave. Rave's making a space trucker game that looks awesome. Go check out Rave's stream. It looks cool. I've been watching. Like, I wish you had more VODs over on your channel. You have some really cool stuff going on over there. But yeah, go check out Rave's stuff. It's awesome. Give Rave some support. So about that. Yeah, Unity events. We're gonna add another event here, and this one's gonna take in. Well, this is maybe overkill. Bummer. That's okay. All right, so this thing we're gonna have in here. We need a space where we can store stuff. So this is actually gonna be we need TM Pro here. Using the TM Pro namespace. So we are actually gonna have a text mesh pro GUI element. This is gonna be our text areas. Name. Name. Again here. So I don't like this because I'm always against exposure cost. But because it's a prefab, I think we're okay. I just don't want people going in. I don't want to expose. Oh, you can drag things in here and expose it to the editor and change it. I hate that. Instead, I would like for my cost and my name to actually update based on this item, but I'm not too worried about it. Live and learn. Now I'm gonna have a ton of VODs. Good. Now I can watch them. So I don't often catch streamers live because I'm working, and then lately because I've been streaming myself. But I've just kind of gotten into streaming. But when you find someone with something cool like what you're doing, it's hard. You just always wish they had more. Yeah, I kind of don't want these exposed here, but I need to attach them. I suppose I can make it find these elements at start or something, but I don't want to do that either. That feels bad too. So name and cost. Then when we render this, we're going to do name.text is equal to, oh, this shouldn't be shop, this should be item. Item.name. And then this should be cost equals item.cost.toString. Yeah, it's a very Unity way to do it. But so here, I'm always about I always feel like, yeah, but now someone could come in here. It's not like I'm releasing a package. The idea is if I was releasing a package or I had lots of people working on it, the thing that I don't like is when you are adding a prefab to a scene, my general feeling for the most part is everything that you should modify should be on the component that was added into the scene. So ideally, you only edit this shop inventory controller. And in fact, if I was doing this in the way that I wanted, so all of the knobs that you can modify should be, you drag it in and all of the knobs are just like right here and it knows how to control itself. These things here would be like kind of hidden, but this thing should sort of be at the top and all of the things you want to modify should be here. And now I've exposed it. You shouldn't be like in your scene when you add a prefab really digging into these things. Like that makes things brittle, in my opinion. Yeah, I can't edit it outside of the code. I can only edit it in the editor, and that's fine. If I was releasing a package, well, so what I was considering doing was just having an event that says, okay, well, when When I render this thing, expose the name, expose the cost, and those text elements update themselves. So that would be the option that I would go for there. But I'm not gonna worry about it. Yeah, so I could make it so I could add way too many classes and have a thing called like an item, an item listener and an item name listener, an item cost listener, and you attach the UI element and it says, okay, now I'm observing this entry, and when the item changes, I know how to update myself, and that's just insanity. Because it really only should have, it's crazy. So I'm getting crazy because there's like an over engineering that I could do here. So let's not over engineer. Okay. Yeah, the other one would be like find, since I know the one other thing that I might consider doing is I know it's a direct descendant. So I could sort of hard code in the sort of, I could make this thing lazy, the name and cost lazy, and when I go to get it, it finds the element in there, and if it's not there, it says, oh, something terrible has happened. But this is fine. If someone wants to really customize this shop entry thing, fine. But reducing exposure, that's what I'm going for. All right, shop inventory controller. We go through, we render it. So the shop renders itself, it passes everything down. And now basically what I was gonna do is I was gonna do like a template shop. So I'm gonna do shop, test shop equals new shop. And I have to give this thing a list of items. So we'll make, so like this is exposing that, oh, I need like an item, like an item builder type thing. List of item inventory. Oh, one other thing I gotta do. Suda, happy Friday, my friend. Welcome aboard. We are working on Adventure Quest, which is the RPG prototype I've been putting together. We're building today, though, specifically, we're trying to add in shops. So yesterday we built an equipment like system, I would say. It was like, so we have like a whole system for equipment, equipping, unequipping. This morning we've added in an inventory, so our character can have an inventory. No, it's like an RPG, not like League of Legends. It's more like, imagine a text-based adventure, but you have a UI. So like with a text-based adventure with pictures. That's what I'll say. Text-based adventure with pictures. Yeah, we'll do a test shop here, and then when we start up, we will render our test shop. Now I just got to add some items to this thing. Yeah, story quest. So I'm calling it Adventure Quest, and it's going to be part of a project for my students here. So I've been putting out like sort of project guides on how to do it. So setting up your abilities. We did the character creator last couple days. So you end up with a character creator here, you make your character, then you transition. So that's what this thing is. You transition to your like town hub. And so now we have a town hub that has nothing, a really empty town hub. So our town hub is empty. So now I'm adding in, all right, there's gonna be shops. You can click a button, it'll move you to that shop. So I'll show you the town. Let me go to the character creator real quick. I'll show you what we have. All right, so we have a character creator. Let's see if anything works. Probably gonna break. Let's maximize this. All right, so you can change your portrait. There's not many portraits yet. You can roll your stats. Try and get some good stats in there. Ooh, 100. That's an amazing set of stats. Look at how amazing those stats are. All right, Bob's gonna have lots of stats. We click create character, and the town scene couldn't be loaded because it does not have, it's not in my build settings. Okay, so after we do that, we are supposed to go to the town scene. All right, and then the town scene has nothing, but the one thing it does have is it happens to have our serialized player with their stats. So that is what we've done. We create a character creator. You can create a character, and then the character will sort of be transferred between scenes. So those are the things we've done so far. Now we're trying to create an inventory. We created equipment, but we can't really see it. We created an equipment system. We wrote some tests for it, so the equipment system seems to be working. Now we need to have a shop so you can actually buy items, and then sort of have a character status screen or something where you can equip stuff. So that's where we are at. What are my goals for today? What did I say in my sign on? Let's check out my sign on real quick. My goals. Create a shop scene for buying and selling. Player needs gold. We got that. So we've defined the inventory. So we have like an inventory. You can add, remove things. There's like a like sort of a result system that works. And we're working on. We've made a shop interface. This is where I'm saying like I need a shop builder. So like constructing what a shop looks like is going to be important. And then how do we load the shop when a scene starts? So I'm not sure the render thing. I'm not sure how to like get a shop definition serialized somewhere. So I don't want to make multiple copies of the shop scene. Instead, you would have a scene and you can sort of load, specify when the scene loads somehow. Well, what shop are we going to have? So we'll probably end up with some sort of thing that's like a shop database. But we're testing out the UI right now. We're going to try and give the shop an inventory here. So we're going to load in some inventory items. We have to make some items, and over my test, I have a couple, not many. If we go to my tests, we have 2 items that we've made here, like this. So we have weapons that we can make. But yeah, thanks for popping in, Suda Game, and nice to have you here. So we're going to add in a dagger and a sword to our inventory. And if all went, oh, these should have commas. Oh no. Oh, I need to tell it that these are weapons. Okay. So right now it's like a pain to make weapons and stuff. So it'd be nice to have, can I not? Using character. All right, so we've made 2 items, but yeah, right now it's kind of a pain to construct. I mean, this is not as bad as it could be, but constructing a shop, I have to go through all this process where it'd be nice to have like a shop. You do shop.builder, and it has like a bunch of methods you call to like build, to add things to it. Have a weapon database where you have your weapons all set aside and say, oh, well, I just want this weapon. But let's see if my renderer works. So we can go to our shop scene. If we run this, our shop, I want to add a name to our shop. So right now it just is going to say whatever. It'll always say Abdul's Armor because there's no name associated with shops yet. But, ooh. Oh, what am I doing? Let's zoom out on our canvas there. Let's go to our game scene. It should render based on the items in the shop, and it doesn't. So that's a little sad. Why not? Why not? Probably because I haven't finished. Let's go to our prefab here. Shop inventory. It has. We gotta give it this. Oh, there's one other thing. One other thing we gotta do. For each transform, when we render it, we gotta delete everything out of there. Child in item template. Destroy child.game object. Item lists. All right, so we're gonna loop through. We're gonna clear that out. All right, everyone, cross your fingers with me. Cross your fingers with me. Hope we get this in here. Should get 2 items. Boom! Has our cost. Ooh, I wanted to put a little gold icon next to it. Dagger's 3 gold. Sword is 6 gold. Yeah, I was gonna add a little gold icon there. Do I have in my sprites? Dialogues, RPG free. Have these? Have I want to. I think I do have that. Let's make this a little bigger. Yeah, I do have a little gold icon. Okay, so now what's nice is even though I didn't quite get this right, if I edit my prefab, shop, shrink this back down, shop item entry, I should be able to easily add in we'll find out in just a moment how easy it is. We want to add in a new image, UI image, and this is going to be a coin, and we will attach our coin to this. Sprites, dialogues. Which one of these is a coin? Coin image, drag that coin in, drop it in there. So now it's there, but we got to tell it that layout element, we want this to be, our preferred width will be 50. That's horrendous. That coin is way too small. I'm going to have to do something about that. And really want it to be 40. Oh, I'm going to have to do a wrapper around this one too. Great. UI, just an empty parent. All right, so this is what we do. All right, so I really want my coin to be a specific size, so we remove this. My coin should be aligned to the top, and squash. So 5, 5. Oh, hang on. Height 40, left 5, and this will be like coin spacer. We add in a layout element here, and we say that this thing's per word width is 50, like that. So the coin fits nicely in there, and we want it right after the cost. Right. And then maybe we find a better image for that. But now if we run this, should get that coin in there. Horrendous looking coin that gets in there. And then that button there should do something. It's not attached to anything, but we do have a button here that we can click. I'm gonna find a better coin icon. That coin icon's a little too pixely for me. So let's search for coin icon. Ooh, these are the ones I like. I've used these before. These ones are good. Yeah. And what's cool is you can potentially have it. I like this one because you can put a different amount in there. Yeah, let's download these. We want. I think it's already in my Dungeon Crawl collection. But I'm gonna download this again. Open clip, art. Yeah, we'll take this one. Possible assets. Show in folder. Let's extract this here. Get rid of that. And now we can add in a coin. Which coin should we add in? I like this one. I think this is the one I like the most out of these. All right, so drag that in. Like that, and then in our prefab, we can update that coin image. So coin, so we'll call this image. We'll call this coin image, and our source image coin. There we go. Oh, much better. Save that. Let's go to our shop. Oh, it is there. For some reason in our main scene, let's have this reset. This remove all more override, revert all. There we go. And just so the preview looks nice, in our shop here we'll add a couple item entries so you can see, sort of have a preview of what it's going to look like in your scene if you were to add one of these in. So what's nice now is if I want to add a shop inventory somewhere else or have multiple shops or something, I can just drag that prefab in and have multiple. It should resize nicely too. So if I decide, oh, I need to be shorter, I can do that. Pretty happy with the way that prefab came out. Let's run it. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. So with that said, let's make a commit here before we get too much more done. I'm gonna make a commit. I'm gonna take a quick break. I gotta get some more coffee. Gotta get some more water. I'm almost out. But we've made really good progress here. Let's see. Added some sprites. Yeah, so we'll add these first. Sprites. Shop. Sprites. Okay. This one will be a chore. Add sprites for shop. Got a hiccup there. Does anyone else ever? So I didn't notice it, but someone pointed out like you hiccup a lot, and then I started noticing it, and really I only hiccup when I do hiccup. It tends to be that I hiccup once. It's not like I have multiple hiccups. Does anyone else? I'm curious. Does anyone else have a hiccup where they hiccup once? I don't need collections. Just real quick, checking this out, making sure nothing in here looks too amiss. We don't need an extra white space there. Extra right space there. Controller. It's looking good. Yeah, this looks great. Okay, so now we have added in our all of this looks great. All right, so we're gonna add this in. This is one big feature. Unity always makes me feel like I have way too many changes, but it's really only like, 6 changes and then, a bunch of meta files. And it's like, oh, well, you changed the size of your editor. I should probably ignore these. But it says like, oh, your editor screen size changed. Let's commit that. I don't know why that's not part of the default git ignore for Unity. Maybe it shouldn't be. I don't know. It's nice for me personally. When I check it out, it goes back to my settings, but it's not great for like team development. If I had a team, they'd check it out and like now their UI, their settings in Unity are changed. Feat. Implement first draft of shop inventory shop scene. Includes a shop inventory prefab. Includes. Let's do it this way. Shop inventory prefab. Shop item entry prefab. Yeah, there we go. And I should probably commit those separately, but whatever. Close enough. All right, we're happy with that. Okay, I'm gonna take a very quick break, probably 2 minutes, because I'm gonna brew some more coffee. I have a fancy coffee brewer, so it brews 1 cup at a time. So I'm gonna brew myself another cup of coffee. I'm gonna get myself some more water, and then when I get back, I'm gonna do a little bit of stretching. So I should be back in, 90 seconds, 90 to 180 seconds. So hang tight. I shall return. In the meantime, enjoy those sweet lo-fi jams. And if you haven't done so already, feel free to join the Discord. Got a nice little community going on for asking to help for code, just sharing our ideas. So I'd love to see you there. All right, and I will be back. All right. I am back. I am back. I'd slap and add on so it resets the timer. Oh, slap and add on. I'm not an affiliate. I'm not an affiliate. Good point. I'm not an affiliate. No ads. No ads. Um, yeah, I don't know how I feel about being an affiliate, so I just haven't done it. Oh, no problem, no problem. Yeah, I've been invited to be an affiliate. I've had that option for a couple weeks now, but let me turn off my little thing here. I'm not in this to make any money. If I'm being completely honest, I'm doing this because I enjoy doing it. I do have actually more. In general, I get more views and more. I don't get a lot of interaction on YouTube, but I get a lot of views. I get a lot of watch time on YouTube. You got a kitty cat instead of a fox. Oh no. Oh no. I'm sorry, Chicken Wow Wow. But yeah, I'm gonna stretch real quick. So I'm gonna encourage anyone who's been sitting for a while, if you have a chance, or if you've just been standing, whatever you're doing, I'm gonna encourage you to do a little stretching with me now. Stretching's really good for you, so I'm gonna do a little bit of stretching before I get back to it. But yeah, I'm gonna. Rave was, saying I should run an ad, and I would if I was an affiliate, but I don't like. One of the reasons I didn't become an affiliate is I didn't want to have mandatory ads. So I really like that there aren't mandatory ads. Also, I think if you're an affiliate, you exclusively have to stream to Twitch. I can post my videos on YouTube like a day later, but you kind of have to exclusively stream on Twitch. I really like cross streaming to YouTube because then, YouTube's sort of my archive, but my goal for streaming isn't to make money. I'm not trying to make money. I'm enjoying streaming. Now, Nayloth, I yawned. Does that count as a stretch? Yeah, you're stretching your lungs. Stretching your lungs, absolutely. But I don't, I don't like the disruptiveness of ads, right? So there's a disruption to it. I want my students, I'm a teacher. I want my students, my main reason for programming live streaming is that my students can see the process of me programming, and that not everything just sort of like comes out of nothing. It's like, how do you design this thing? You prototype it. So it's good to show that. Having a little trouble staying balanced, but yeah, I started doing so you get a ton of ads. I don't want any ads on there. And I don't, I have a job. I'm a teacher. I don't get paid amazing, but kind of, when I say kind of, it's like I feel like I get paid an incredible amount for doing something that I love doing, right? I could make way more money as a software engineer. I have in the past for some companies, but I'm in no need of the money, and I don't even know that I want to be internet famous. I think if I had too many viewers, I might, and this is weird, live viewers. I had too many live viewers, I might be intimidated. Oh, some good stretching here. I've been doing this. I started a 30-day routine. My partner, she wants to get into flipping, like gymnastics flipping, and so we've been doing these. We just started. We've only done 3 workouts. Man, these workouts are kind of brutal on me. So I'm super sore. Super sore. My legs are better than they were yesterday. Yesterday they were crazy. But I suspect tomorrow they'll be bad again, so we did another leg workout yesterday. Getting some good stretches in. Stretching is so good for you. Okay. Just a quick stretch in. Make sure my blood doesn't pull. I have a standing desk. I've been standing while I'm doing this. All right. That coffee is good.
Anyone have any good coffee recommendations for me? I like Don Francisco. That's the coffee I've been drinking. If anyone has some good coffee recommendations for me, I'd love to hear it. I always enjoy trying to find really tasty coffee. I like dark and medium roast. Light roasts are okay, but I drink coffee black, no creamer, no sugar. And I like having little hints. Right now I have this one is a Don Francisco's caramel cream. So it has like this nice little sweetness to it that is absolutely it's bitter but delicious. All right, so we are almost there. Let's look at our goal for today one more time. Our goal for today one more time. How do we load the shop? How will we need an iShop? So I have the iShop, the shop builder's not there. The idea is how do we get the shop between scenes? So I kind of need, I think I kind of need some prefabs or something that's sort of like my shop database that will allow me to like give shops like to use. I also am kind of need to be able to serialize some shops, but I think my shop database idea should be okay. So I think the idea would be we have a shop controller, maybe a shop database, and so the shop database has the ability to like generate a shop, and when you switch scenes you sort of pick which shop you're going to. Yeah, I think that's how I'm gonna do it. Yeah, give it a shot here. The commit seems to have made the assemblies reload slow. All right, so we need to have excuse me. Oh man, my core, my abs are super shredded from my Tuesday workout. They're still hurting. The cough is brutal. All right, so my prefabs I want to have in shop. I'm gonna create or maybe my shop scene just has a shop database in it. That's an idea. It works though. MJT, nice to see ya. I love that. Oh, that emoji's like a little squirrel or something. For a second, I thought it was a weird looking hand. Yeah, shop inventory. We got an inventory working. We got a shop thing working. Oh, I need to make it so you can actually buy things. So I kind of need like a player inventory to be able to be displayed over on this side. But yeah, we're working on getting a shop working. That's right. I need to have like a item dialogue that shows up. There's a couple things actually. The name. I need to have the name. So the iShop interface needs to have, that should be easy to add, right? Scenes, not scenes, scripts, models. I'm wishing I had set this up so I had 3 different assemblies. Right now I only have 2, and I really need 4 because I need a play mode assembly to write better tests. But I wish I had a scripts, controllers. I wish my code was separated slightly different. Come on, brain. Shop. That's what we're doing. iShop. Our shop needs a name. Public string name. And then in our actual shop, we'll just have a property. That gets initialized. Our shop will take in a string name. And name equals name. Like that. When we render, so our shop inventory controller can render what would be, so we got Abdul's weapons, Warlick's, so we got Abdul's armor, What's someone with a W? What's a W name? Walters. Where Walters Weapons? Someone give me a better W name. Walters doesn't sound like a nice fantasy character name. What's a good fantasy character name with a W? The two names that came to mind were Walter and Wario, and both of those seem terrible. Wilfred. That one's not bad. I like Wilfred. Wilfred's Weapons. And when we render this bad boy, we gotta add a reference to our name. So we're gonna add in here a private, serialize it. Serialize field. Private text mesh. Using TM Pro. I like to keep these sort of separated this way. Text mesh pro GUID. This is going to be our name label. Not a get there. This is just a private guy. And then when we render, we say name dot text is equal to shop dot name, like that. Okay. So this should now, whatever the name of the shop, it will get rendered there. Abdul's armor, nope, because I did not connect that in my prefab here. So shop name, there we go. That should do it. Chicka wow wow for the win with Wilfred's Weapons. Okay. We want to add in, okay, so we need like a player inventory over here, like a character inventory. So, do I want... Andres, happy Friday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Andres says, I'm starting to learn coding. What did you recommend between Python with Django or C# with .NET? Cheers, mate. So you're starting to learn coding. It sounds like you want to do some web development since you're asking about Python and Django and C# and .NET. I'm a computer science teacher. My biggest recommendation is to learn programming first outside of a quote unquote framework. So try and learn just Python first or just C# first. Although .NET is like a framework. So my recommendation would be to learn Python and Django at the same time, because Django is a tool that utilizes Python. So you'll want to understand Python well first. I personally love C#. That said, it shouldn't take you forever to get to a point where you can start using Django or using like some of the .NET stuff. But I would recommend having a solid understanding of the basics before you get to those. So you need to understand, what do I always say here? Wrong window there. Let me get this other window open. Yeah, so like people always ask me, well, how should I learn Unity? It's like, well, you gotta learn C# a little. You have to learn it a little bit first. So what I will say is you should understand these things first. Story Girl, welcome back. Welcome back. I love that you're here. Welcome aboard. But Andres, make sure you should learn variables, Boolean logic. Boolean logic and if statements are kind of similar, related. If statements, loops, methods, and I don't have it on here, but arrays. Arrays are lists first. Learn those things first. Then Python and Django are great. I personally like Python and Flask for doing web applications, but Python and Django's is what's called batteries included. Um, but I love C Sharp. I think C Sharp has some awesome tools for doing web development as well. I should say .NET has some awesome tools for doing web development. My personal preference would be like, hey, go learn some C Sharp because I love C Sharp. If you want to just learn some C Sharp, I have a book, Adventures in C Sharp. It's a workbook that you can check out. It's not complete. It's not complete. So if you want to do it online, I have Adventures in C Sharp that will get you all of these things. You'll get all of these things in Adventures in C Sharp. If you want a book, like a physical book, I always recommend this one here, the C Sharp Player's Guide. This is the best book, in my opinion, best physical book you can get to teach us like pure C Sharp programming. It doesn't try and teach you anything fancy to start. So the C Sharp Player's Guide. And then lastly, if you don't want to spend any money, so that book I think is like $20, $30. If you don't want to spend any money, the yellow book is, let's go with C Sharp yellow book. The yellow book is an absolutely free, again, it's just for C Sharp specifically. I like C Sharp Player Guide better, but it's not free. The yellow book is a free resource to learn it. I would say spend at least 20 to 40 hours learning C Sharp or Python first before trying to dive into some .NET. So it's doing some framework with it. So at least 20 to 40 hours. Get those basics in your hand. I hope that's helpful, Andres. I hope that didn't scare you away. But yeah, Story Girl, welcome back. I'm so glad to have you here. Anyone who isn't following, no problem, Andres. I'm so happy to help you out. I love teaching. I love getting people excited about it. Beard Chug, welcome back. So nice to see you again. So Story Girl's here. They are awesome. They're a streamer. They do music. They're currently doing a game jam. But if you have not seen Story Girl's stuff yet, you gotta check them out. You gotta check out Story Girl's stuff. They're awesome. Only one shout out from me. Oh, I was about to shout out Story Girl. So thank you for whoever was giving Story Girl a shout out for me. I appreciate it. Yeah, go check out Story Girl. Make sure you're following them. They got music. They got coding. Just an awesome personality. Love them. I think you're. I don't want to. Sorry if this is the wrong term. You're from Australia, is that right? I was gonna say an Aussie. Is that an offensive term? Someone stop me if that's an offensive term. I think I've heard that before. Yeah. Okay. All right. So where was I? We are trying to program here. We're trying to make a store. I'm so sorry if that's wrong. I think that, so someone shoot me please if I'm wrong. Auslandia. Oh boy, I'm in deep for that one, aren't I? Yeah, Chickamauga, it's like saying to me, I'm a British. I don't know these things. Someone kill me. So I'm from New Mexico. So I don't live in New Mexico anymore, but people always say, is it okay to call you a New Mexican? I'm like, yeah, absolutely. I'm New Mexican. That's like my heritage. That's where I'm from. Andres, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome aboard, everybody. Let's see if we can focus here. Let's try not to get too distracted. Let's see if we can focus here. Oh yeah, I need to have the character inventory. So what's interesting, yeah, I'm in the US, Captain. I currently live in Arizona. But I've been all over the place in the United States. I've never lived outside of the United States. Let me say not all over the place. I've been inside of my American bubble, but I've lived in New Mexico, Massachusetts, Connecticut, California, Arizona. 1, 2, 3, 4. So not all over the place. 5. I've lived in 5 states. One dry place to another. I'm not even gonna try and pronounce the name of the place you live. Lands of people in South Australia on which the state capital, Adelaide, was constructed. Awesome, awesome. What am I doing? What's my life here? Abdul's armors, Wilfred's weapons. I need to have a dialogue that when you click on one of these things, it's going to show you the information. I need an item information dialogue. And I also need like a player inventory. Yeah, I need a character inventory renderer. All right, so we have a shop, character, and it's almost identical to this. So part of me thinks that in fact we should have like a prefab. Well, but the player inventory is going to have different types of entries. It's not going to have coins. It's going to just have like item names next to it. Yeah, so the character inventory is different. Okay. There's some similarities, but it's different. Let's create in our canvas. We're going to add in a new thing here. This is going to be called our character inventory. All right, so this is going to go over on the side. We are going, before we get crazy with this, we know it's going to be a prefab. Okay, so add my character inventory down here. I can work on it in that way. All right, so our character prefab, again, we'll make it 800. Ooh, super zoomed in. Let's zoom back out. Oh, hang on. Character inventory. Interesting. It's gonna be. What did I do wrong here? Character inventory. Okay, it's gonna have a label on it. So we have these new UI elements. It's gonna be a label here. And it's gonna go inside of our inventory here. All right. Let me zoom out on this. Okay, there we go. And our character inventory is gonna have a layout element on it, and it's gonna have a preferred height. What did we come up with our preferred height again? It was 1080 minus 100. So we have a little padding on it. On the top and bottom. Our preferred width is 800. Our preferred height is 980. Is that the same as our shop inventory? Yeah, 800. There we go. That's our preferred size. And we want to add an character inventory here. We want to add an image to it, and the image is going to just take up the whole thing. Oh, hang on. The image, why is that? I think I've done something terribly wrong here. This should actually have an image in it. Okay, let's remove this image source here. And the image itself. This is what I wanted to have. So I messed up the way I did my my shop inventory prefab. This is sort of what I wanted, where we have just sort of like these elements. I don't have okay. So I botched that a little bit. We'll keep moving forward though. All right, so we got this image here. We are going to make this image. This thing is going to fill up the whole space. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And it's going to have in our background or our dialogue, it's going to have, again, our small dialogue thing here. And this will actually be our container. So everything's going to go inside of this, and we're going to have everything inside is going to have, it's going to be vertically laid out from top to bottom. This is why I was saying I probably should have, there's so many similarities with this that it feels like I need a prefab for that, and then it has like an alternate subclass a little bit. We have a little bit of padding on these. And then this is going to be like the character's name. Should control the width and the height, but we don't expand it. All right. This is character name. And so this will be like Bobby Sue's Darwin's inventory. So it'll be the character's name, inventory. And then below that, so that seeing the similarities here is that's like almost the exact same, and it's sort of like, well, it's a thing that shows items, but the type of internal item is slightly different. So I'm curious if I can abstract that in a nice way. And then we're gonna have, so I'm like, really, the main difference is the template I'm using is a different template. Create another empty thing here. This is gonna be like item list. This is like identical to what I was doing with my shop prefab. So my shop inventory, this is like identical. And so this is why I'm saying like I kind of need like a shop inventory, player inventory. And so the shop inventory thing here, if I was abstracting it nicely, we sort of have like an item. Yeah, so shop item entry is like derived from the item entry. Or what we do is rather than a shop item entry controller, this just becomes, there's like an item entry controller type, and then there's like a subclass for that. So I think I want to do like, I don't know if I can be smart about this. A shop item entry I don't use. This thing doesn't need to be exposed. All right, so I'm realizing my shop item entry, this on selected doesn't need to be in my editor, and I'll need to expose that. Let's think here. So I'm going to have another thing called item list, and it's essentially the same thing. And then the code here is going to loop through and call render on the subclasses anyway. So I think I need to rename this script. I need a parent class for the script, I think I need a parent class for the script. And then we use inheritance to control the subclasses of it. So we have our shop controller. So really I want to make another one of these, and this is going to cause a problem, but this would be a shop. This is just an item entry controller. Okay, this is what we do. This is how we do it. Item entry controller has this. All right. And it has a virtual render method. Everything's angry. What did I? Should be virtual. This should be item entry controller. Did I? Okay, so now this guy extends item entry controller and overrides this, and these go away. So we just changed how we render ourselves, right? So we've changed how we render ourselves, and these can become protected. Maybe we can leave them. Really, these shouldn't be public. These need to be protected anyway. Okay. And so we propagate those down. The default, and then we sort of like override the default. Or, oh, we don't even need to make a subclass here. It can just be an item entry controller. I'm being dumb. And we just change the way it looks. Okay. Do you have an item entry controller? Okay, so if we go to our shop inventory controller, this just becomes an item entry controller. Like this. That shouldn't break anything. It's going to cause us to have to... Oh, it did break something. It broke this just because I want to do this. And this should instead of being a shop inventory controller, it should be an inventory controller, and it should accept... Well, this one needs to accept a shop as well. Oh. This is what I was thinking, like an inventory... The shop, I think the shop needs to have an inventory, and we have a way to get the name of it that way. And I think this needs to be an inventory controller. So we're doing some refactoring here. We're gonna massage this out. I like, massaging the code, making the code nice and malleable. And so this is going to end up just being like an inventory thing we attach. Well, a shop inventory, and it's going to have a different type of inventory template here. But we should be able to get it so we don't have to do duplications here. So this is going to end up being an inventory controller, which is gonna... All right, we're breaking things, making things that... let's come over here. We should rename this in Unity. Unity likes us to rename files here. So I have an inventory controller, item entry controller. We'll get rid of that's gonna make things upset as well. Let's go into our shop item entry prefab. This guy is now I should have renamed it differently, but this is now an inventory item entry controller. There we go. We remove this. So if Rave, if you're watching, this is why I don't like doing that, because now these references sort of got reset and I have to reattach them. So it would be potentially nice to not have to do that. That's one little pain there. So if I had a bunch of these, it'd be really like extra painful. But actually, I think this is okay. Yeah, so this is like extra painful. If I had written it in a way where these weren't exposed and the code handles it. So if I was exposing this to try and like create an asset in the store, curious with art that already has values on it, like item name or gold values, how will you show actual item names and their respective values? But it should be... Yeah, so you're right, Rafe. So I've done it again. It's a prefab. So the idea here is this prefab sort of private. Beard check. I don't quite understand your question. Could you try asking it again? I'm kind of a dumb person, so I don't always get things the first time. Curious with art that already has value on it, like item name or gold values. How will you show actual item names and their respected values? I just don't understand the question. I'm sorry. All right, so the question I have now, and since I did this, does this scene still work? No. So it's because my shop is missing the item template. Okay. So let's go to our prefab here. I would love to also have... So something I'm curious about. So someone tell me if you can do this. I think I can do it if I wrote like a custom editor component. I would like a attribute that I could add to an entry here that will have the editor, have Unity yell at me if that value is null. If I had that, then I would be less anxious about those things. But does anyone know? No reference again. Okay, let's try in our code entry on select. Fascinating. So oh, because this wasn't exposed. So this should really be an action. It should be like not a Unity. So I'm not exposing it to the Unity event. So it doesn't actually create this. So I actually think this should be an action. A system.action. So it's a Unity event. It requires Unity to like spawn it, and since I don't serialize it, Unity doesn't initialize it for me. So I actually have to make it an action rather than a Unity event. So in this case, we should still be able to register on it. It needs to be an event, a public event. Yeah, so now it's like a C# event. And instead you would do this. So I'm curious, can I create... I think I want it to be a Unity event. Can I instantiate Unity events? Unity event documentation. Ooh, I see the art for Abdul's armor was already showing dummy values. You asked it. Oh, yeah, gotcha, Beard Chug. Ideally, even that list could have one value pair as it's going to be generated anyways. Yeah. Yeah, so it's just so like when you add it to a scene. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the chat there for a moment. I have it set so it adds to the scene. You can sort of like see what it's going to look like. This is just dummy text. When you add it to a scene, you could ideally even resize it. So it's set up so like, oh, well, let's say I have another scene. I have a smaller thing. It should be able to resize it nicely, supposedly. Can I instantiate a Unity event? Zero argument persistent callback that can be saved with the scene. That's cool. Can I create? All right, let me just see if I can like say new Unity event. Let's go back in time. Ooh, not that far back. Story Girl, thank you for that information. Totally appreciate that. Awesome. Lazy Dev, thanks for the follow. I'm glad you're still here. I'm glad you're enjoying it. As always, if you want to ask questions, feel free to do so. I'd love to. I love sort of like this is the ultimate pair programming experience. I sort of treat you guys, the people watching, as like my dev team. You're keeping me honest, poking holes in what I'm doing, which is nice. Let's go back in time here. I think I would like to use a Unity event system, so in case I have to convert it to a Unity event later, it's not a challenge to do so. The only, yeah, so Rave, I would do it, it probably like more efficient actually to do it that way. But if I wanted to change it later, yeah, I'm not sure I can. This feels insane. This feels insane. Let's see. Because I don't think that's how. So I think mono behaviors do this crazy thing where it does bytecode injection. I don't think this code will ever actually run because I never call new item entry controller. It all is about like it when it deserializes. So I think I am supposed to either expose it. I don't think this will actually work. I think I'm gonna get the same error. No, I didn't get the error. Exactly. So like if I wanted to expose it later, I would be able to do so without modifying how things interact with it. So if I wanted to expose it to the UI, I now could. And I think it's probably slow. It's probably quite a bit slower, but like we're talking about milliseconds, microseconds slower, not actually that much slower. So I think I'm okay doing it this way. I don't think it's a terrible way. I'm just kind of surprised. I don't know if we're supposed to do this. But I'm not planning on serializing these. So these aren't really serialized. So it should be relatively safe. Okay. It is related. So here's the thing. It is related to like an on-screen thing. So this thing is actually so the idea here is it's forwarding this button click. All right. So we have an info button. It's forwarding the info button's click to someone else. And in fact, it's forwarding it up to, in this case, the shop inventory. Yeah, so we have like this on selected, and the way we're selecting is by clicking, whereas we might invoke it a little bit differently. So I think from a design perspective, it sort of makes sense to do it this way. I'm not a really good Unity developer. In fact, I've had people come in and be like, "Oh, you probably shouldn't be doing that. Unity's not designed to do it that way." I'm going, "Well, yeah, but I want to follow, good practices. I want this thing to be able to be a framework where if someone come in, ideally the code's in a place where like now you just use the Unity editor to add new things rather than editing code or very little code. You implement like an interface here and there." Yeah, I'm trying to get the player inventory now. So we have an inventory controller. This should take in an I inventory. And so the inventory needs to have like a name associated with it. Yeah, so we have a shop. So I don't like what I have happening here. In my model here, I have my equipment, I have inventory, and then my shop. My shop has its own list, but instead I think this should be an I inventory of items. And an inventory sort of needs to have a name on it as well. So let's fix, I just refactored that to I inventory, so we're gonna have to fix that all over the place. The nice thing about this is now I can basically make it so this takes in an I inventory. And we just assign it, so we don't need this list thing here anymore. And we can just say, okay, well, this is going to have an I inventory. I inventory is a get inventory like that. And our inventory happens to have a contains on it, so we can do that as well. So it sort of works out nicely. Our inventory is really just a wrapper for a list, but it has some add and remove methods that make it made a little bit more convenient to do. And oh, I know exactly. Oh, I just realized what I want to do here. What is this? Let's fix this error. What are we missing? Oh, inventory equals inventory. It's not what we're missing. It's saying that it should be called items. I'm going to change it to inventory. I think the name of this should actually be inventory. All right, and we should have an error now over here, because we actually have to make like an so this is where I was getting into trouble. So it's like, okay, well, now I have to have an inventory to pass in. So right now I have like a character inventory class. But I think really what I want is just like a generic inventory new file, inventory.cs. Because what happened when I was doing my character was like, well, these are my controllers. Character, equipment, character inventory should really just be a plain inventory. So it didn't have any sort of anything special with the character. And instead, we'll have it take in a name like this. Getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, but we want to be able to construct this thing. And when we were testing this thing out, we had our inventory controller. Yeah. So this should be new I inventory shop inventory equals new inventory. And of course, nothing's compiling, so I got to get this all compiling first before I can get sort of my auto completes going on. Items in my inventory.items. Okay, so now I need to be able to make an inventory. What's going on here? Inventory taking a string name. This has equipment. I just typed it wrong. Inventory. What? I inventory. Shop inventory equals new inventory. Wilfred weapons. Inventory is not found. Where did I put it? Not in the right namespace. There we go. Rebuild. There we go. And now my inventory, I can do shop inventory.add like this to build my items, or to build in the shop's inventory. This is why I want the like shop builder. I need to create a shop builder class to make this easier. Okay, we add those in, and then we have a shop, Wilfred's weapons, render, and this will take in the shop inventory. We still render an iShop, but really, this is just an inventory controller, so it doesn't even need the shop part of it. It's just the inventory part. Yeah. So let's. We got to change that to take in an inventory. Okay. So this is gonna break things. Inventory. Inventory, and this is now going to be our, let me use refactor. Inventory. Inventory doesn't have a name, but now it's just inventory.items. And so this is telling us that in our iInventory interface, this should render shop inventory. I don't even need to build the shop. In our iInventory, we need a name. Public string name. All right, and that's going to give us some errors in our inventory. So we don't need a character inventory anymore. So we can delete our character inventory and break everything there. So we go to our character model, character, equipment. We don't have a character inventory anymore. Instead, we need a name equals name, and then we have a public string name get. So we just have a property for our name now. And then our player character is going to have an error now. But in fact, this solves the problem I was having before where it was cyclical, and now I just have an inventory, and I set it to the player's name. Name inventory. Yeah. So now it's not cyclical. So because that was driving me nuts before. And I might even just do like name there, so it's like the owner. And so now in my inventory, I can say like such and such was added to so and so's inventory. So it might just be a name here, and I don't put the word inventory after. But I'm gonna leave it here for now. I think I'm okay. Okay, everything compiles, but that doesn't mean much of anything. Let's check out, did we break it? Still seems to be working. Beautiful. Let's do a commit. We just did a major refactor there. Let's review what we just did, do a commit before we get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's think of what we're doing. So now so here's the beautiful part. Here's the beautiful part of what I just did. My character, the whole idea now is I have a character in, so sorry, ramble. So in my UI elements now, I can have an inventory prefab. So rather than a shop inventory, I can have an inventory prefab. Like this, that so I have an inventory prefab, and the only real difference now is that my template has to be a shop item. All right, so we have an inventory prefab and we have a shop inventory. So I would like I do want to have sort of these two as two different, but I want one to be derived from the other. All right, so let's get dangerous. Let's delete both of these. By default, so I need, the only difference is that we have an item entry, and the item entry doesn't have, it'll have a different button. It's gonna be like a question mark thing that you can click on, or maybe when you hover over it, something like that. But I actually think in your inventory itself, let's just get rid of this button for now, and our coin and our cost. So the default one is literally just a name. So it's like a name, and then you sort of derive it from that. So we have a name here, and we don't need this. And then we have the shop item entry. So these both have inventory controllers. And so the only difference between our inventory and then our shop inventory is which template we use. So the inventory is going to use the item, and so maybe it's like player shop item inventory, something like that, or like, so depending on which type of info you want to display with it, you select a different template. Yeah. So we have an inventory, shop inventory. So I can get rid of this prefab, I think. And okay, so now we added an inventory. And we're gonna say that this guy, we want it aligned to the left, and we'll just say 100. Oop, didn't set the 100, 50. So this is what I want to shop one too, though. Can I do create empty parent? I think this is sort of what I want. Let's have this be expands to fill up the whole parent. And this is going to be our shop inventory. So we have so we'll make a shop inventory prefab. And the only real thing is we're going to modify that this should use a shop entry. And then in the preview, yeah. In the shop preview, it looks like this. And then in the default inventory, we change it so that way it's full of, all right, so this one is gonna use a regular item entry instead of a shop name. I'm just gonna change this name. This one's gonna be, you know, Darwin's inventory. And instead of it looking like this, we're just gonna preview with a regular item entry, because that, come on, I believe in myself. Oh, and the item entry here should have okay, so we can, I don't know, man, preferred width. Well, what did I do incorrectly here? Let's go back to my, and I'm probably just getting overly ambitious with my prefabs here. Why does this want to be so big? Why is it not using? My God, what did I do? How far back can I go? Can I go back to what I had? It's like editing. Why am I? Yes, I want to modify this one. Children of prefab instance cannot be deleted or moved, and components cannot be reordered. Can I unpack? All right. Let's undo here what we were doing. Can I go back here? Oh. Did I just commit? I didn't. I should have finished this commit. I got distracted. I was supposed to be committing. Ah. Or did I do a commit and now I'm viewing? All right, let's stash this. Stash all changes. Stash rollback stash. So this is gonna go crazy and complain, but let's see if we can roll back to a better time. Had I finished my shop inventory, does this have? It doesn't. All right, let's stash pop. Oh, I made regret. Should have finished my commit. I don't know what all of this looks. Tell me that. All right, let's fix here what we had. Our inventory. Why are these not resizing? Why does this thing want to be so giant? No overrides, so item entry. Preferred height 50? I shouldn't. Oh, do I just need to tell it that its size is 50 in here? All right, let's delete an item entry. Oh, maybe I was like getting crazy. Yeah, I knew that you. Thank you, Rave. I wanted this. Okay. And then I wanted to. All right, so let's make sure that this is not insane. I could just make it so that this uses my shop item entry. So if I do it this way, and I set this thing to be like this, so we'll say that's 100 or 50 from the top and 50 from the top, like that. So I could do it this way. So I have my shop inventory, and this is going to be my player inventory. All right, my player inventory will be on the right side of the screen. So this one would be over here, and we'll set it to -50 and the same. And then this one happens to do just like the regular item entry. So I'm pretty sure I could do it this way, and then I have to like attach a player to this somehow, which I'm not in. Basically, there'll be like a shop controller. Okay. So yeah, so we have, although the sword the default render. Do we have? There's no cost render on that one. So really, these should be private anyway. I don't have a subclass anymore. And that means they should be fields. Rename these. is cost. Oh, cost. Name. So this is where some of the weird oddities will come from, because I want to say, well, I don't necessarily have to be attached to anything. Yeah, I'm trying to be quote unquote intelligent about it. So this just sort of becomes if cost not equal to null. Because we don't have this. Yeah, we can't do that. All right, so if cost not equal to null, but now I'm not going to get my errors out. I'm not sure if I want to do that, because that could... I think maybe I actually do want a subclass here that doesn't care about the cost. See, this rave, this is where if I had implemented it using listeners, I would be fine, because the thing that's listening for the item controller to have a value would just never receive anything. So when it's say, like, it would never actually propagate. There would be nothing listening for it. Whereas now I might have some weird error like this. Fascinating. Yeah. Name. And then shop item entry. Yeah, oh, that's what happened. Yeah, I should probably implement this using listeners and make it so that like the actual this field is listening for a change. It says, okay, when the item changes. I think that's the proper way to do it. And then I don't have to worry about the nullness here. And like the text element itself knows how to update itself. All right, but yeah, we have two so it's the same inventory right now, but one, you know, displays without the other thing. And so what I want to do is we actually need like a shop. Yeah, we need to be able to tell this guy. We need to be able to set an inventory on it. Okay, let's actually do a commit now. Let's do an actual commit now. Before I shoot myself in the foot a little bit more. Feature, add name, property to iShop. We also added that to deleted character inventory. Oh, that's what I did before. That's what happened. Undo those. Shouldn't let me commit with an empty message. Please yell at me. Oh, it's asking me to enter a message. But it should yell at me. Cool. I wanted to add this. Null checking is a lot of work, yeah. But so like the idea is if you're doing it, the idea is the null check should keep you safe, not hide errors. So this null check is hiding potential errors. And so this is not the clear, this is a code, what we call a code smell. This is a smell saying, hey, this is hiding an error. So that way, if you meant to wire something up, now it's not working and you don't know why, because you don't know what part of your code's failing because it doesn't tell you anything. So at the very least, there should be a thing here that sort of yells at you saying, hey, this thing's not set. And it's a sign to me that this item entry controller actually shouldn't have these, and it should instead have a listener that says, okay, when I get rendered on render, sends that item out to other things, and those things know how to render themselves, I think, or something. I don't know entirely. Or I need a subclass that says item entry controller, item inventory that's missing, so I don't have to render these things. Anyway, this is not great. And then I deleted character inventory. Why aren't those model? Beat, add name to inventory, add name property, and refactor. This refactor really inventory, and rename inventory. Character inventory. That's really what we did here. Player character, that was part of that last one. Refactor player character uses new inventory constructor. We also, all right, so all of this was adding in inventories. Okay, so this whole chunk here is a refactor, generalize shop inventory to inventory controller. Can I get rid of the word generalize there? Still refactor shop inventory controller. All right, so we're gonna say this is a refactor, and then we'll explain it down here. Generalized shop inventory controller to an inventory controller that can be used with shops, characters, etc., anything with an inventory. Okay. All right, some reasonable progress there. What are we looking at? How are things going? I want to now, the idea is I wanted to make like a player inventory controller and a shop inventory controller. So there is like a way to attach a player to it and a shop specifically to it. The shop has methods for actually buying, and the shop inventory, when you click those buttons, it should pull up a dialog, and that dialog needs to be able to interact with like a shop controller. So maybe it's actually that we have a shop controller, and the inventory has a get and a yeah, that's exactly right. These have a render method on them. Okay, so these have a render method on them. So my inventory controller, if I open up my inventory controller, these should actually not be in shop anymore. These should be in equipment. Create new folder, equipment. We'll move those there. We'll do a quick commit here to get rid of that. Fix. Make sure it's going to yell at me, I think. Although it might have just moved everything. No, it's going to yell at me saying, hey, don't move stuff outside of Unity. Okay. And so in this case, we did a chore Move, and then we also got to update our namespace. This is going to cause, hang on. This should be in the equipment namespace. So I don't have to import this, but instead, equipment. And what's interesting is it sort of shows that, oh yeah, it probably should have been there to begin with, because now I can get rid of that name, the import. And it's happy to let us get rid of it. There's nothing else there, so it's like kind of appropriate in that way. All right, so add all of this. Before we commit, make sure everything builds. It does. Let's do a commit. This is going to be a chore. Move inventory controller to equipment namespace. I would prefer not. It depends on like light swear. You can, you can. I would prefer not. I would like my stream to be, and I guess I should set up like a rules thing or something. I'd like my stream to be accessible to essentially all ages. So yeah, I appreciate you asking, Chico Wow Wow. Light swearing, so I would say keep it PG 13ish, because I think technically you're required to be 13 to be on Twitch to begin with, but I do have some younger students. Same with YouTube. You kind of required to be 13 to be on YouTube without or have parental consent. I probably want to get mad. Like excessive. All right, ramble. Appreciate you asking. I thank you so much for asking. Okay, so I want to add in my player controller. So here I have a player controller. You got your not so awesome cat fox thing working with Twitch early implementation, but it does work. Sweet. Did you were you able to make it less kitty like? I think you had said that it looked like a cat, and that was bothering you. So we have a player character controller. All right, so the player character controller, and what we can do is we're going to say that this thing is we're going to load from storage. So when this scene loads, we load the player character from storage, and then on change, we can basically say, okay, on change, update your player inventory, right? So so we do need a subclass for inventory controller to be a player character inventory controller. All right, but it's going to be very, very simple. And all it's going to do is add an additional method to it. So in fact, new character inventory controller. We should be able to, we want some of these things, not all of them. This one's going to be character.equipment. So I should put a new folder here, equipment. You're not an artist, but it'll do for now. Look, man, art is hard. Art is hard. Programming feels so much easier than art to me. And this is going to be an inventory. It's going to extend inventory controller. It's going to be a character inventory controller. TM Pro, not necessary. Yeah, so we're just adding a single. Let's get all the errors in here. It's gonna be some errors, so we're gonna have to fix that. But our inventory controller. What is it telling me? There we go. Don't need. I don't know if we need any of those, but really we have a single method now that's sort of public void render that takes in a player character, and really I think we can take in an I character, so we're not necessarily a player character. character, and we just forward this to our parent, which is render character.inventory. So we now have this nice way to say, okay, well, I'm just going to happen to be the character inventory controller. And this is where I want a second prefab. And same thing with our shop. We'll have a shop inventory controller, and that one just passes the shop up to it. And so our player inventory, I think we can actually make this a prefab now. You were trying to save a prefab with a missing script. My goodness. Okay. Okay. Why is this missing a script? Did I... All right, so this one should just be an inventory. Reset. Inventory control. So in general, we have a basic inventory controller. And the idea is that we have our name. Saving failed, check the console and to get more insight. Name, item template, item template. So this is also missing something. It's like won't let me save anything. Discard changes. Okay. Item entry. What? Oh, it's because I moved it. Oh, this is all right. I need to stop. All right. When you move files, make sure you do it inside of Unity. When you move or rename, you have to do it in there because the metadata will update it for you. So this is a painful lesson. Item entry controller. That way. And now this one, save seems to be working again. So quote unquote pro tip, or what I should say is newbie tip, don't do it. Don't break things. Inventory controller. And so the inventory controller has the name. You know, let's not get crazy. I had a thought that's probably a dumb thought, so we're not going to do that. And then we will have an item entry. All right. My shop should be shop. So mad at myself right now. Gee, happy Friday, my friend. No worries. I'm glad you're able to pop in. I'm about to, so I'm still on break. I go back to work next week. So starting Monday, I'll probably be back to 2 hours a day. Although my schedule Tuesday, Thursday is pretty nice. I have the mornings off, so I might be doing 4-hour streams on Tuesday, Thursday, if I have the time to do it. I'm also sort of in like a quote unquote crunch a little bit. I'm trying to get this prototype finished so I can build my project out. So I'm putting more, time into it than maybe I should. Oh dear. That's right. So this one wants to use shop item. There we go. Now it should render here. But yeah, thank you for I appreciate you popping in. It's so nice to see you, my friend. I hope things are going well for you, and you're keeping busy is a good thing. Keeping busy is not bad. But we miss you. We miss you in the streams. Okay, here we got that working. Okay, so now I can actually, I think, make my player inventory here a prefab, and then my shop inventory a prefab. And so we have a generic inventory, a player inventory, a shop inventory. Part of me is actually thinking that, like, I hate that I said that, like, part of me is thinking that my inventory might actually have, one of the things we could do is make this have a drop down that says type. And so we have a shop type, we have a player inventory type. So it's a Boolean here rather than having multiple prefabs that all rely on each other. We're gonna go with this for now, but the idea is that I can come in here and I can edit this prefab now. And the shop prefab happens to have the right thing on it, but it additionally, we'll look at the player one real quick. The player one, rather than using an inventory controller, it is going to be using a player inventory or character inventory controller. So it's essentially the same thing, but now we have a different subclass and we wire it up this way. I hate that I have to keep dragging these things in there. There has to be a better way. Item entry. And the idea now is in my scene up here, I have a player, this thing has a player inventory controller on it. So I can add that to this here and says, okay, when the player changes, we're gonna render the player. All right, so when we boot up, we get our player's inventory, and our player currently has no inventory, so it'll be empty. But if we go and we add one in, we should be able to see it. It should show up empty, though. Although it depends on when things start. It does show up, it happens to show up entry. But we do have like a null, kind of null thing going on. It's interesting. Reference not set. On change.invoke. Well, so yeah, so really these things shouldn't actually be initialized in here. The name, so there should be like a listener here. So the actual name label should be registered on when the item changes, when the store changes, that inventory item should say, okay, well now I know how to render myself. I know how to render myself. Instead, this object saying I know how to change you. Instead, I can make it so that that specific item, that specific label says I know how to change myself, which would prevent me from having to drag all these things in here. So I could be using events to make this work a little bit nicer. So on change isn't that, because it's not being serialized. Just interesting. So I think there's like an order. We restore the player. Might need a debug here to sort of figure out what's happening. So our player is loading. Let's make sure our player is loading actually. If I go to our player character controller, it gets loaded from storage. I think initially it's null or something. On change, is null somehow. I think that's what it's saying. Let's take a look. Let's add in, I think it's happening here. So let's add a little breakpoint here. Let's connect this to walk through what's going on here. This is the dice roller. And enable the debugging here. All right. Let's run it. All right. Oh, I have some other stuff in here. Let's disable and let's get rid of that one. Run it. All right, so we're about to load here. We'll step into this. So I actually want to step into this getter. Let me add in another thing here. And in fact, this is where I can check and I say on change. On change is set. Value. Our inventory's null. Ah, yeah, I haven't. Yeah, because it's here's I think what's happening. If I were to continue down this line here, it's happy to set that, and then I think actually what's happening is there's an error with. Well, we'll see. Because the players, I'm surprised that the error is saying it's happening in the player controller. Because on change is definitely not null. I think it's related to the player's inventory being null. Hang on real quick. Let's go to our character inventory controller. Can we have this pause here? Let's try that. So I think it's trying to pass in a null inventory, and that's doing it. Let's hit. Keep going. Yeah. So here's where it's happening. Character, right here, character.null. It's character.inventory. Let's step into this. So we call it, and our inventory variable. What happened? Debugger. Debugger kind of died on us here. Let's try reattaching. Try that again. Can I detach you, please? Maybe? There we go. Oh no, Unity. Something. Can we reattach? I don't think we can. We're gonna have to kill Unity. I don't like that. The shop scene's not saved. Although it saves before you launch it. All right, so we're gonna kill Unity. Gonna reload, and I'm gonna continue debugging it. I might have to force kill Unity here. The debug server is still running in the background. Let's kill this. Okay, so we killed Unity. Let's reopen it. Try that again. That was Unity debugger. Debugging Unity feels slightly painful sometimes. Okay. Well, this is loading. I'm gonna be right back and take a quick break. 90 seconds. Probably a lie. Let's take a little bit longer break. I'm gonna take 3 to 5 minute break. I'll be back shortly. I'm gonna get myself a little bit more here. Coffee time. That's right. I will be back. Thanks for hanging out. All right, we're back. We're gonna try and power through this. We are, you know, my normal stream is 2 hours long. We are, but I was planning to go about 3-4 hours today. We are 3 hours over schedule. Let's see. Let's look at our goals here. How do we load the shop when the scene starts? We got everything. We got these first parts here. One all the way down to C here. How do we load it when the scene starts is what we're sort of working on now. So I'm super close to having my goal done for today. So I'm gonna keep powering through here for, I'm gonna say 30 minutes. I'm gonna try and stop at 30 minutes if I'm not there, but I feel like I'm just like close. I'm so close that I can taste it. If this debugger hadn't died on me, I think it would have been okay. Although it seems like maybe I need to make my inventory serializable, and I think that seems to be the issue here. I could potentially make it a thing here. Let's see, in my inventory. Smab, so nice to see you. So nice to see you, my friend. I'm glad you're able to make it. Story Girl, thank you for the update on your project. That's awesome. Yeah, if anyone hasn't checked out Story Girl, oh yeah, these are just magic strings. This is testing. Yeah, absolutely. These are magic strings, Smab. These are absolutely magic strings. I'm just trying to. These are just tests, yeah. So I'm trying to get my shop to show up on the screen. All right, so these are just tests because I needed to make some shop items, that sort of thing. They're totally magic strings, but just for testing purposes. For like when it starts, I'm actually trying to get this thing to load up the player character when we load. Yeah, so these were copied directly from some tests I had. We were debugging here because the restore is working fine. The problem is, I think, the actual null error we're getting. All right, so let's look at this again. I'm getting an error when I run. Now I get no error. All right, so it's like a threading. Essentially a threading issue, I think. It's like, when is this thing? Wait. Oh, what did I change? My shop. What happened here? My oh, it's because the scene didn't change. It's because I crashed while I was debugging and the scene didn't change. So my prefabs. Okay, so yeah, my scene didn't change properly. Crud. So I lost a little progress because Unity died on us. What is character inventory? All right, we're gonna get rid of. I don't know. This shouldn't be being used by anything. But yeah. Smab, absolutely magic things. One of the things I need to do is like have a shop builder, and then that serialized and gets loaded in some way. Interesting enough, the prefab seem to have saved. Yeah, the prefab saved. Can I toss this into my scene safely? Ooh. Although my scene didn't save, my prefabs did, which is really nice. So this one should run to the character. And okay, so here was the problem we were getting is I want to render my character's inventory on the right side. And the shop on the left side. Right now, the shop, the inventory controller just like creates some random, as Smab has said here, some magic string shops. All right, and so what's happening, what's really interesting in this is, oh, it is actually saying an invent. Okay, so what's interesting when I click on this gives me the correct line number. But it's like the top of the call stack was like, oh, this thing called it, but the correct line number is on line 41 of my inventory controller. Yeah, so my player. Okay, so this is actually, I didn't actually need the debugger for it. Right here, it's saying inventory happens to be null, and that's because my character object, if I go into my model, my character object, Unity is fascinating. Unity is fascinating. So little fun fact that I've learned here is Unity. So I have this restore and store and restore. When you use the JSON utils to store and to encode and decode, Unity's doesn't call your constructors. In fact, it's doing some kind of byte code injection or something. I don't quite understand what it's doing, but it's doing some magic that doesn't use reflection to instantiate it. So your constructor doesn't get called. Therefore, these things, my equipment and my inventory are not being initialized. So I need to implement an iSerialize callback receiver. And so when it deserializes and reserializes, we need to actually tell it what to do in this special case. And actually, I might not need those. Let's stop running here. In my player character, what I really need to do is make it so my equipment and my inventory, but I need to sort of clear out. Why can't I implement the interface? Come on, Unity. VS Code, probably. Implement all members explicitly. There we go. So I need to implement these. These here. So on before, on after. So it's like, what do I do? And what we can do to start out is say, okay, well, since my character wasn't saved before, I need to do something special, but I need to actually serialize my inventory, and my equipment manifest need to be serializable as well. And so now we're gonna jump in some hoops, but just to test this out, what I'm gonna do is initialize my inventory. We're gonna do some magic numbers, magic numbers, magic variables here. We're gonna inventory control. We're gonna do this. We're gonna make an inventory for our player. So we're gonna come over to our player character, and we're gonna say when we deserialize him, I shouldn't say him. We don't know if the gender here. When we deserialize them, for now we'll just use the we'll be explicit here. Let's give this item here Dagger of Vengeance, Sword of Sadness, like this. And we will say that our player's inventory, this dot inventory is equal to, rather than shop inventory, let's rename that. When we deserialize ourselves, inventory, really I could do, I don't even need to keep a variable for that, inventory, like this. So right now, anytime a character gets deserialized, it's going to have this inventory, but this should fix this problem for now. Okay. Should is a... All right, we got a Dagger of Vengeance, we got a Sword of Sadness, we have a shop here. Okay.
All right, I'm pretty happy. Now we're gonna have to go through and serialize. We're gonna go through and serialize this. Let's take a look here. Bonus. So we can load that. I need to create sort of a, yeah, my shop. I need to be able to have like a shop builder tool to be able to create items, create shops, that sort of thing. But we're working. This works. We got our goals here. Now that's all left is there's a bunch of serialization stuff to do. Create weapon / armor shop and add to town hub. Didn't get my bonus. That's okay. All right, so I am gonna end here. I think we're gonna, I'm trying to be. Oh, let's do a sign off. Let's commit. Let's do a sign off. Record our progress. Add a to do here. To do. Should serialize. Perform proper serialization. And we're gonna add that into our to-dos here as well. Hey, look, we already have equipment such related class should be serializable. All right, so it essentially has exactly what I'm doing. We're gonna add shop to this as well. Markdown extension on enter key not found. There we go. Shop needs to be serializable. Okay, serializable. Capital S. I don't know what I'm doing here. Okay, so we got that. Let's commit what we have here. Great progress. In my mind, I've made great progress today. I hope others agree with me. Okay, so let's see if we can break this down. So we'll do the same thing with shop here. We need to know how to render the shop, but we'll get at that tomorrow. Add this here. So this one was feature add character inventory controller, or that's all I really got to do. I'd say implement. This here was a chore remove unused prefab. Remove unused prefab. This is like some garbage. The terrible description of what we did. But really the important parts here. I'm not going to commit this because this is a hack. And I didn't do anything significant here. This is just a hack I was doing to test some stuff out. Ooh, Smab, tell me more about QList. Tell me more about your QList stuff. Because I love the game. What games do you have? Scrabble Dice? Okay, cool. I'm a massive board game nerd. And then we created a bunch of shop prefabs. And, ooh, let's make sure we save our scene here. Is this saved? It says saved. Can you go? What is can you go? Can you go? Full screen web browsers just don't work these days. An old crossword card. Ooh, this one's from 1975. Cool. 2 to 7 players. Okay. And Scrabble Dice. So these games are multiplayer. Oh no, Scrabble Dice is 1 player. I'll have to check this out. Cool. Thank you so much for the share. I appreciate it. You know I love my word games. Update my to-do shop. Okay. Man, VS Code's been really slow for me. Oh, it's just because it's trying to load the diff on these giant. These are essentially JSON files, I think. All
project loading failed. That's no good. Okay, so this is a feat. Create inventory prefabs. And add to shop. Let's see. Really happy with that. And then finally update my to-do list. I don't need to commit that. All right, let's do a push. We're happy here. I'm happy. I hope you're happy. Let us, I always forget, but I didn't forget this time. Let's see if we can raid someone. Any suggestions on who to raid? Anyone have any suggestions before I hop off here? It's always nice to, ooh, yikes. That is, more PG-13 than I was hoping to pop up on there. We'll keep that on the other screen here. No one that I follow is currently streaming. So any suggestions? Keep it in coding, I suppose, but probably, let's see here. Yeah, if anyone has someone they'd like me to raid, or has a topic they'd like to raid into. Let's see here. We got economics simulator in Unity. Maybe that economic simulator in Unity. That sounds interesting. I'm feeling Yuki. Yeah, we'll do the economic simulator. That we're gonna go to Primer Justin. But everyone, thank you so much for hanging out. It's been super fun. I had a wonderful time. I hope you had a good time. I'll be back tomorrow. If you haven't done so already before we leave, if you'd like to join the Discord to keep in touch, please do so. I'd love to have you there. Ask questions, good place to post questions, see what I'm doing, and also just a good old time. Share your works there. All right, everyone, have a beautiful day. Bye-bye.